We're back. How we doing? Good to see everyone. They all hop in the chat, but I'm excited. Hope y'all had a good weekend. We've got some chart layout stuff to talk about. We've got some news to talk about. We've got some weekend to talk about. But I'm gonna let everyone get in here first. Started off slow. Sunday evening Globex starting off the week. You should be able to see my charts. You can. I will talk through what is going on with the charts in a second. I'll just let the market open up first. Following Thursday's exciting rhythmic issues that I had. So that's fun. And 3, 2, 1, markets open. Oh, big gap up. Whoa, y'all were not joking. Y'all were not joking. Jeez, what a rip. Expected gap up. Yeah, Roadfly called it. Gap up and rip, dude. Jeez. Nothing really on the docket for tonight. Japanese services, PPI, and then Chinese industrial profit year to date. I don't even know what that is. But both yellows, nothing crazy. There's some overnight news happening. Japanese indicator change review and a revision, and then German business climate conditions, etc. And then 8:30 US durable goods next morning. If I wasn't just leaving church, be full boarding the gap. It's aggressive. Yeah, what a rip, dude. We're about to go take the other side of Friday's range. Close at the lows on Friday and then gap up and rip to the other side. That's crazy. What up, Yuri? How you doing? Good to see you. Roadfly, you called that gap. Dilly, what up? Liam, Big Dog, what up? Go Birds. Silver Scorpion, what up? I'm Crown, what up? Okay, so the quick walkthrough and the quick the walk and talk through in terms of like the solution that I have, I guess what I'm going to be running for the foreseeable future after messing around with several things and just trying to decide how I care to not have the same issues that I had on Thursday happen again. So y'all know that I have this very lightly funded, so to speak, AMP brokerage account. This is running live data that I pay for. Generally, live data is pretty rock solid as opposed to sim data, as we all know. So my decision is that I'm just going to have this account open on MotiveWave at all times for live data. So that way I always have good data. And then whenever it comes to taking a trade, I will throw this bad boy up here. If y'all can see this, my Tradeify. So still the same account, Tradeify 25K select eval. This is crazy to look at. Still the same thing. I'm just running it through Tradeify. So what I'm going to do is whenever I'm in a trade, I'll just throw this on screen. So that way we can all obviously see the trade that I'm in. But otherwise, if I'm not in a trade, I will just hide this on the other screen here. And then that way it's not like cluttering the charts, and I can also still see everything I need to see. I'm just so used to MotiveWave at this point and the functionality it has. I looked at some other things, and this is just the lowest, I don't know, not lowest effort, but like lowest resistance way of like working around the issues I'm having. So I figured I'll just rock with this until the almighty Tradester is released, and then just full transition, full pivot over to Tradester. Yo, going to bed, just want to say hi. What up, Jamie? Comeback runner, what up? Good evening. Everyone like, yeah, factual, Jamie, factual. User, they go all of my near upside targets. Yeah, all we got left is like prior day's high at 736. Fizzler, what up, dude? How you doing? Yeah, that's where we're at. I don't even know how I would start to get involved with this, so I'm just going to not do so. Good night, Jamie. I'm just going to not do so at this point and let it kind of settle out. One could make the argument to draw a fib from the open to that candle and just see where that puts us. 30K per chance. Got a ways to go. 1,400 points. Oh, 1370 or something. Waiting Asian Open. I think that's probably going to be my play as well, truth be told. Unless this like perfectly pulls back to like 570, 580s and gives me an opportunity to participate there. But otherwise, which might happen sooner than we think. But otherwise, yeah, I'm not in too much of a rush to get involved here. I really would like to see down here first to trade before anything goes higher. One could make the argument that I could go to sleep now. Sure. Yuri, I'm a bit quiet. I hate to be that guy, but can you turn your volume up? Because it shows that I'm peaking exactly where I want to be peaking on OBS. Right at -12. And then as long as my balance between music and words is fine, like y'all can hear my mic well over the music, then I think we're kind of chilling. But my peak is exactly where I want it, so I don't really want to mess with that right now. But if it's that bad, like if y'all give me the correct vibe check, if y'all really insist it's that bad, then I can change something. But for now, I'm going to keep as is. Buyer showed up, some sellers showed up. Let's see what happened on a... Oh yeah, I also switched my chart layout a little bit. If y'all can't tell. So I got the 30-minute in the top right. That's always my... Actually, let me shift this over. That way y'all can actually see what's going on and not my camera isn't blocking it. Got the 30-minute top right. 3-minute bottom right. Word to sweaty. 30-minute is always like my big context chart. It's fine. Yeah, Yuri, I hate to be that guy, but it's a... Hit that volume button a few times, big dog. 3-minute for some like more drilled in context outside of the 30-minute, and then volume chart, obviously, because volume chart is just goated for execution. And yeah, it's kind of all I got. But I took a second after the issues on Thursday, just go through and set this up exactly how I want it. And in case y'all missed Thursday's stream, trading the Sweaty Tech. Sweaty Tech plus volume profile. I'm never ditching volume profile just because I think volume profile is the greatest invention in like indicators or market studies since market profile. So I'm always going to use volume profile, but I am going to be a fib enjoyer. Yeah, nothing on news. I will keep Financial Juice open just to monitor, but I don't see anything crazy coming up. What up, crypto? Mine just says the extra U. Or it has the 26 because this is CQG data. So CQG names their tickers a little bit differently. Like ES on CQG isn't ES, it's EP. No clue who came up with that one. I will never understand that, but whatever. Their decision. How was y'all's weekend though? How we doing? Have we doing anything fun? Truthfully, I just pretty much chilled. Had a party on yesterday, Saturday night. That was fun, and now we're back. But truthfully, just a lot of chilling. While we're here, though, let me send a few links. Throw this guy on here. I watched Odyssey, good movie. Isn't that the one that has Travis Scott in it? Isn't Travis Scott in like the opening scene? Yo, Mitch, what up? Oh, Mitch, I just went through that whole thing. I'll go through it again in a second. Do I essentially go with the same lot size every trade? This time on this account, Regio, I'm going to be trading one MNQ until I pass it because I am going to be using a relatively wide stop. And it's a 25K Tradeify select. So I don't really want to throw like a ton of room at it, so to speak. Yeah, no. But yeah, I'm trying to keep the risk a little bit tighter after imploding 2 other evals. I think all right, we hit the 50%. I really would like to see lower into like 580, 570. And then if we hold up there, potential long. I've also got my eye on the 3-minute because as we all know, 3-minute chart, goated sweaty tech. Okay, we might get it. At this point, I'd like to see a semi-aggressive reaction, kind of like that-ish, to potentially take a long on. I think a revisit, resweep of 580 looks really good. Like if we could take back this low, trade 572s and then bounce, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Hopefully we don't just absolutely rocket out of this 50%. Kind of like to see a little bit lower first. Did have a big buyer step up there. Big buyer is currently supporting. Chat, did I miss the boat already? I really don't want a long here because then my stop becomes exactly where I want to see the market trade into, which is generally not a good place to put a stop. I really would like to see lower, but like this reaction looks decent. I mean, ripped off the 80s, buyer stepped up, holding that buyer's position as of right now. Like all of that looks decent. I just would love to see a little bit lower. On the 5-minute, I'd like to see us sweep out that little prior low we just put in. Really, that is this low at 580 or whatever here. But quick aggressive sweep through 580, bounce it, get long, and go take prior day's high. Could be the play. Okay. Trying to trade a little bit lower now. I do have a limit in on my on the Tradeify, and if that fills, I will bring it over. But I've got a limit in at 577, which would really just be like the sweep of this low right here. Chat, I'm sipping on the cherry spindrift tonight. Oh, that's an interesting cherry taste. It's good, but interesting. It's a very spindrift to them. It's like a very dry, tart cherry taste. Dude, I'd really love to see this trade lower. All right, let me catch up on chat. Sorry. Birian, what did I do today? Today, I really did not do too much. I tried to mess around with coding I don't even know what to call it, like an indicator, I guess, through Motive Wave's like SDK API interface thing on IntelliJ. Long story short, I have zero idea. Okay, I think I missed the boat chat. I have zero idea what I'm doing programming wise, like at all. And I spent like an hour and a half just getting frustrated that nothing was working, so I abandoned it. Mitch, back to Motive. So I was going through my thought process. I am going to just be using Motive Wave on my live data because live data is generally rock solid because you pay for it, and it's just not like clogged up sim side. So I'm going to be running the live data through Motive Wave, but whenever I execute, it's going to be on the Tradeify through Tradeify eval. And this is kind of like a higher low here. I'd really love to see us just smack a little bit lower. That'd be ideal. It's a large buyer. So yeah, I'm going to be running the live data through here. That way I hopefully never have like the data issues I was having again on Thursday. I shouldn't really, I think, if it's live. But then again, I'll execute everything on the Tradeify Tradeivate side. And then whenever I'm in a position, like right now, I've got this order up, I'll just pull this over so y'all can see it. But otherwise, just to, in interest of not clogging my screen up, I will keep it on the other screen for now. Just sat down at the charts, such an aggressive open. Yeah, bro. Straight up. Straight up. I really love to get filled on this though. It'd be nice. So 15-minute wick gap down at 350s. Yeah, 350s is a ways down there now. All right, chat. It's looking like I missed the boat. Just gonna bounce to 50%. I mean, oh, hello. This from like a price action perspective, I guess this trade higher here makes a lot of sense, you know? Put in a low, like aggressive attempt to sell, ripped out of it, and then get long somewhere here, right where you want to see it. I mean, it might just be a skill issue on my part. Can't really say I want to chase it all the way up here now. What up, Zachary? I hope you had a good weekend too, bro. How you doing? I'm short to fill the gap, says... Where did... what hash just happened to my chat? Crypto, you said you're short to fill the gap. Good luck. Looks weak enough to continue down. Which charting software, Arna? This is MotiveWave. So I've got MotiveWave like main screen here, and then I've got Tradeivate for the executions on the other side. Surely we gap fill back to 250, says Mitch. Yeah, surely is a really dangerous way to be in the market, for what it's worth. Speaking from experience. Very much speaking from on stream too. That night that I kept longing as we like wicked out point of control. Here, I can find it on the 30-minute. I think it was, yeah, it was this right here. Kept longing this on the way back down, thinking we're gonna continue back up and trade prior day's high, and then the worst long of all time. Just got absolutely rinsed. Regio, I did vibe code it. It was more of a problem of when I was trying to compile everything, like it just would not, there's error after error that kept coming up. So trust me, me and Claude were working hard on the task together. I gave it a good shot, but it's just, I don't know what the issue was. It just kept coming up with these error messages inside of IntelliJ whenever I tried to compile it. And I don't know anything about programming, so I don't even know how to start fixing the error messages. Long looking for 1,400 points. No, Silver, it wasn't on Tradeivate's side. The issue was when I was using MotiveWave with Rhythmic connection. Like, I mean, y'all saw, like the DOM kept flickering in and out. I had issues before the stream loading in, like it just wouldn't load in. I was sitting there staring at a non-responding platform for a bit. I had the trade that I was in, like the data just completely X'd out. Like I couldn't see the position, couldn't see price. So that to me looks like Rhythmic isn't playing well with MotiveWave. I don't really know where the issue was, but I also have never had a problem with my live data through MotiveWave, so that's just what I'm going to use. Is the delta bubbles a custom indicator? They're technically not delta bubbles. MotiveWave calls them big trades. It's more so like a volume bubble when you have X amount of volume, so over 25 happen within a certain period, in my case half a second, it pulls one. Sam, what up? Good afternoon. Good evening, I guess. It's 6:18 for me. Hold on. Dude, Discord bugs me out. It opens on a different screen every time. All right, we're back. Is there a reason I'm using IntelliJ, which is Java rather than Python? Yes, because as far as I can tell from all of my discussions with Claude, MotiveWave writes their studies, their indicators in Java. And I tried to use Eclipse, but Eclipse would not let me download it. I kept getting a message whenever I tried to download it saying like, we've detected unusual traffic. You can either wait on this page and retry in like 30 minutes or submit a support ticket. And I'm not doing either of those when there's other options that I can use. Yo, chat, make sure to smash the like button for me missing the exact long I called out. I guess not exact. I really wanted to see like 570s. That would have been nice, but whatever. Smash the like button for me missing a long right off the bat after we're already up like 300 points. Want me to try to build one real quick? No, it's okay. I appreciate it, Zachary, though. I appreciate it. I'm just committing myself to waiting for my Lord and Savior Tradester to come out with all of the fun features that I know it'll have, and then I will just transition to Tradester. If anyone's interested who's not on the stream, or sorry, not on the waitlist already, go ahead and hit that link and sign up for the beta list. Hey, what up, Gary? Yeah, factual. I'm very excited, Gary. I can't wait. Hopefully we get another pullback down. I really would love to see like 570s trade and then Omega rip out of it. In case y'all are just joining, don't know who I am, what's up? My name's Jaz. I will send you that link real quick if you want to press it. That's like the little about me page, so you know who I am, know what's going on, know what account I'm trading, etc. Feel free to give that a shot. Other than that, I mean, I missed the, I guess if you want to call it like the brain dead trade down here at 590. Definitely not going to long up here, even though we are sitting on point of control now at 630. Looks kind of pumpy, I guess. I mean, my target, if I was long, would be 735 for prior day's high. Gotta get me one of those. What's up, Lambra? How you doing? Hope your weekend was good. Chat, I mean, might throw on like an early KHG. I don't know. I really don't see much else. We put in so much range already. If you look at this, opened at yesterday's point of control, right on top of it, immediately 520 contracts get filled, and then just straight rippage. I don't want to participate here, and I definitely don't want to short this. So for me, the answer right now is no trade. So let's get this out of the way real quick. Got to get the daily KHG in. Can we rip a Wordle sesh? Liam, you want to do Wordle instead of KHG? I'm fine with either. So honestly, I wish I could run a poll. Chat, what do y'all want to see? Type in the chat real quick. KHG or Wordle before I start this. What's the consensus? What are we feeling? Got one for Wordle, one for KHG. What up, log1k8? Is that supposed to be logicate? Is that how you say that? It's kind of cool. Hi, I'm looking to short from 690. Cool, good luck. 690 is still a little bit of the ways up there. That's like right past the initial move that we put in off open. Just be careful with prior day's high right above it is all I'll say. But like, I don't hate the idea. Am I going to take it personally? No, because I just said I'm not shorting, so I'm going to stick with that. All right, we're tied 1-1 for KHG versus Wordle, so I'm gonna need some more people to weigh in on this, if y'all don't mind. You put KHG in Tradester? What does that even mean? What do you mean you put it in Tradester? Like there's a tab in Tradester that takes you to KHG to play it? That's so funny. That's hilarious. Oh, it was a chart type. That's hilarious. Sam, since I changed my trading method by using bigger time frames like 4 hour, 1 hour instead of 1 and 5 minutes, completely changed my trading. Sam, can I ask you, are you trading on props or is this like a live personal account? Like what are we using? Because when you trade on those higher time frames, the way I understand it is like your average holding time also increases, right? Because you're trading a larger time frame move. So are you actually able, like in a prop, that gets difficult because you can't hold through overnight. It's one thing if you're trading a personal and you can like swing trade and, you know, potentially hold a position for like 2 or 3 weeks. If you get like a sniper entry and then market just rips out of it. But on a prop, that just seems a little difficult, in my opinion. Who knows? Maybe you're crushing it. So far, had I taken the entry kind of where I was talking about at 592, it would have ran just about 50 points, enough to take off one target. You're using FTMO. Okay, I am not that familiar, honestly. But if you are at all interested in transitioning into futures props, because I think that's Forex, right? If you're interested in futures props, hit that link. Go find out. I'm trading the Tradeify 25K select eval for what it's worth. Looking back at the 30-minute, like what happened yesterday, overnight, super, like during Jamie's stream, super clean rejection of this LVN from prior day, hammered to the downside, and then ripped out of it during the day just to trade back into volume and then put in new lows. That is aggressive. Why would a wick on profit target line only close half the contracts? I don't know exactly what you're talking about, comeback. But if I had to guess, just based off of like that limited info, because you're that, like if it wicked to your target and then didn't trade through, it means that the market never traded through all of the contracts that were at that available price. So like if you have, I don't know, just as an example, if you have your target at 660 and like 660 on the dot, let's say, and there's 100 contracts on the ask at 660 and we trade up into it, and let's say the market only trades through 50 of those contracts, if your contract was number 80 on the ask, it didn't get filled. Markets are efficient. Sometimes, Liam, sometimes. They're efficient at stopping me out. That has been proven. We have good data to support that one. All right. We have not moved. I'm going to rip the KHG real quick just to get it out of the way. And then hit the Wordle later. What am I supposed to do here? Not that. Oof. Oh no. That would have been a great flop. Okay, there we go. What a flop at the end there. That was dirty. All right, 13, I'll take it. Top 23%. It's not terrible. Could be worse, could be worse. Anyone just join in? Welcome, welcome. What's going on? How we doing? Ahab, how am I liking the streaming? Dude, I love it. This is awesome. Are you kidding me? I am very much enjoying it. Looking at my the screen setup now, I didn't account for the fact that I forgot like the DOM is so good at just creating a space for my window, like my face to sit. I'm also kind of curious though, because I've seen Liam use this. Liam, I'm gonna rip this from you real quick. If I do, nope, one of these. I've seen you use time and sales before. I'm kind of curious to see this. And then you can change the filters, right? Yeah. Min trade size. Throw like 5 on there. Or I guess maybe let's throw like a big boy on there, like a 50, just so I can see where the big ones are. Colors are fine, don't really care about that. Don't care about the header. Stripe rows, no, that can stay actually. Don't care about the vertical scroll, don't care about the toolbar. Location right, price format, all digits, time format, don't really need all that. Actually, I don't even care if I care about time, period, but See what happens there. Okay. Took off a lot of space. Okay, let's just see how that works for a bit, because it creates such a good spot for my camera to sit. So like visually, it's a lot more appealing. Like that, yeah, it's fine. What's wrong with that? Still sitting on point of control, 630s-ish. Don't really want to get involved here. I really would like to see this 30-minute candle wick back down into 570. I get long, and then we go take prior day's high. It's the ideal scenario there. Would be sweet. Chat, without saying much more, your target for tonight is 200 likes, okay? That's all I'm going to say. Your take profit is 200 likes. So curious still, what if I did this real quick? Sorry I'm like messing around with the layout so much. I'm just curious to see how all this looks. I'm trying to make like the most visually appealing way to present this on stream while also having the info. I mean, I think this kind of makes more sense than having the 30 separate. So the 30, all I really care to look at on the 30 is like zoom out kind of like this. And then when, whenever it decides to load in all the rest of the data. I want to see like where these points of interest are, like these volume or lack of volume. That's what the white ones are. The white ones are LVNs, meaning where there is a lower amount of volume showing up. So I'm kind of curious to see where those are. I think this kind of makes sense. And then my face is nicely proportioned to the time in sales. Very good. So I'll keep this on the 3-minute for now. Luke, that's a good question. I don't know. I see what you're saying. His next one's scheduled for July 30th, so like end of this week. Yeah, I don't know. I can ask him at some point later. Or if he pops in here, I'll ask. Not sure is the answer. Dang, we still go up, huh? No 3-minute doji. If there was a 3-minute doji there, I would have punched it long. I would have absolutely punched it long. But alas. That's me, I am. Funny name. Can we tap into CME gap? Are you talking about like this gap, the over, or not even the overnight, just like the true gap, opening week gap, if you want to call it that? You think it will fill the gap? I do not know, sir. I know there was someone in here talking about taking a short to look for gap fill. I personally am not doing that, but I know there was someone here talking about it. Take that for what it's worth. Took a long on the retest of 620. Okay, okay, okay. What platform? This is Motive Wave TRADESTER. I got Motive Wave here, and then in the case that I execute on something, I have my trade of 8 for execution up over here. So whenever I'm in a trade, I will throw it up over here, but I'm using Motive Wave right now just for like data routing. And I still have my long at 577 sitting there. Again, really would love to see us sweep that and then trade back up. I will keep that open, and if/when it fills, then go from there. Gotta have the doji. Yeah, bro. You heard the man. That's the sweaty tech. I didn't say it. He did. He said you gotta have the doji. I mean, we dojied out here potentially. So what does that mean? What does it mean, chat? We are still just hanging at point of control. Really have not moved from it since the rotation back below 600. Damn, what an exciting open just for us to start going sideways immediately. It's way, after an open like that, it's way too early to just immediately go into the sideways formation. Unbelievable. Chat, at 100 likes, I'm eating a banana on stream, all right? Get this bad boy to 100 likes. Sound on banana eating? I don't know about sound on. Sound on could be rough, dude. That's a little aggressive. I don't know if I could do that to y'all. Kind of want to take these strike throws off actually and see what that looks like. Oh, that's not bad. I kind of just care to see like where there's big blocks of a lot of buying coming through or whether there's a lot of selling coming through. You know? But for everyone here, thanks for coming to hang out Sunday Open. How many of y'all are actually trading this? I know someone here said there, yeah, looks in the retest of 620. I have no trades as of yet. I still have that order at 577 if the market ever decides to fill that. Or what if it would do something? Yeah, real. Great open immediately into waiting for Japan to open. Yeah, dude, immediately just straight sideways till 8 p.m. Eastern. And then hopefully some rotation of the range. Ideally, again, I would love to see like north of 740. I'd even more like to see north of 740 if they fill me out at like 570. That'd be pretty sick. 12 minis? Was this like a 250k prop account? What? $12 minis? I don't even think I've ever traded 12 minis on a sim account. On 150k? Holy. Yeah, just be careful there, I guess. Oh, 12 micros. Okay, 12 micros makes like a lot more sense. Like a lot more sense. 1.2 minis, got it. 12 minis is crazy, dog. What's your total notional? 12 minis. Let's go through that real quick. Let's just assume NQ is at the same price. I don't really feel like checking. 28,629 times 20. Nope. Times 20. That becomes your notional on one contract, and then times 12. Casual 6.9 million. Casual 6.9 million notional position. Back to 620, back to what kind of looks like the lows of current volume profile here. Again, I'm not touching this yet. I still need to see more personally. Still would like to see more downside, that is. I want to see us retrace a little bit lower. Out of curiosity, how many of y'all use range charts? Because I've got a 50 volume chart up here, but I know a lot of people use range charts nowadays. Y'all rocking with the range chart or what? A lot tighter than the volume chart. That's what it looks like. Also, just out of curiosity then, what does like a Keltner channel on the old range chart look like? These are some pretty gross colors, but I'm just gonna rock with that for a second. Just kind of want to see what this looks like. Whoa. Whoa there. Weirdest chart I use is a 30 second. I mean, 30 seconds is not that weird. I'd say that's actually like very, it's like very not weird at all. That's like extremely vanilla. Not a bad thing. It's just, I don't know if I'd call that weird. I'm rocking a 5,000 vol chart because MQ moves very fast. Dang, 5,000? Hold up, I'll pull the 5,000 up in a second just to see what that looks like as well. 22 range when you're scalping. I was kind of expecting a lot more people to say that exact range chart, truthfully. 5,000 volume. Jeez, dude. That's a lot of volume, big dog. We are looking at a lot of volume. Interesting. Huh. Little Keltner activities here. We do just be chilling on Kelt mid. Never heard of a range chart before I watched Matt streams. See, I think that's a lot of people, truthfully. I think Matt, like, obviously didn't pioneer the range chart, like he didn't create it or anything, but he definitely like put a lot of people onto it, including myself. which is pretty funny. Because now, especially because he specifically uses the 22 range, now there's like this whole like subset of people that just use that range chart, the 22, which is so funny to me. Okay, see, this is where time and sales is kind of interesting. I guess y'all can't see this yet because it's my face covers it. Can I wonder if I can get this to go from bottom up. Probably not. I've like literally never seen that. If I could like invert it. Yeah, I doubt it. That's like such a niche thing to have on this. Okay, I was going to try to have the time and sales like invert itself so it goes from bottom up, not top to bottom. But I don't think that's going to happen. Like to keep it simple, volume profile, support and resistance. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with it. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Turn your monitor upside down? Yeah, fire. Let me invert my charts real quick as well. Use a footprint as well, DVIO. Dude, I could never learn how to use a footprint. Like I get the basics of it, I just never found value in it. It's so noisy. I could kind of see the argument for like a larger time frame footprint, like if I was to throw a footprint on like a 5 minute, for example, or something like that, or like, I don't know, 1,000 tick. Like that could be interesting. Most of my trading's done just 3 minute and 1 minute. I don't scalp often. Mitch, when you say most of your trading then, are you like holding for, like what's your average target size? We talking like 100 points? Oh, use a footprint on the 5,000 volume? Okay. It's all coming together. I get it now. I get it. See, that's cool. I like that idea. I can get behind that. So out of curiosity then, if you have your charts open, what was there anything interesting? Also, if you have MNQ open, I guess, was there anything interesting down here at like 590 to 580? This like local low right here on the footprint? Like anything of note, anything important? I don't know. Was there like a ton of volume that came in there or something? Was there a ton of delta that came in there? Is there like an obvious delta imbalance? Well, let us know. Don't gatekeep the sauce. Chat, only 44 likes. I told y'all 100 likes and I'm eating a banana on stream. Y'all better get to liking. 150 likes, I keep the sound on. Nah, I'm playing. I wouldn't do that to you. Come on, bots, please. 100 likes for the banana, 150 likes for question mark, 200 likes for extra question mark. Y'all hit 200, something special might happen. I don't know. Just don't say I didn't tell you. There's a buying imbalance down there at 586. Okay, when you say buying imbalance for the rest of us smooth brains, can you elaborate what that means? The way I understand it is that a buying imbalance is basically just like what a lot of buy side delta. Is that what we're talking about? I assume. Yes. Okay, cool. Noted. Thank you for thanks for enlightening us. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna use a footprint anytime soon, truthfully, but it's always cool to like get the lowdown on how other people use certain tools. I technically could set it up because I already have the indicator within Motive Wave that you set it up through, which is volume imprint. And then I think there's like a specific, it's been so long since I did this. I forget, I think it's this imbalance, or is it profile? Oh no, it's ladder, sorry, right? I think it's ladder is the footprint. I'm like 99% sure. Wait, can I? Hold on. I'm just curious to see, will this work? Do I, like, am I double using an indicator? Can I just, get rid of these counts too. All right, let me, hold on. Let me put my charts back to where they were before. All right, I got VWAP on the chart. Standard deviations on VWAP are a million miles long at this point, so that's awesome. We're sitting literally on VWAP. NGO, yo, where's Matt? Dude, I don't know, but I'm on the channel, so tune in. I don't know what he's doing right now. Probably enjoying his weekend, if I had to guess. But if you want to know more about me, hit that link. Go explore. Okay, back to this. Am I double? Not this, sorry. Am I unintentionally doubling up on something I don't need to double up on? Because trade dots should be just the same thing, right? Auto trades, minimum trade size. Let's just go with like 20 for now. And then I need to change my visibility to also include this. Let's see, did I break it? Okay. This is not what I had in mind. But what is this? All right, we'll be getting rid of that one. That's funny. Started using NinjaTrader, can never use anything else, but I also use Bookmap at times, but not needed since footprint. I got you. I tried Bookmap for a little bit. A lot of platforms nowadays, not a lot, but like some for sure, like MotiveWave, for example, has like a Bookmap option built in where it displays the same thing. At the end of the day, all Bookmap is just showing you like a really noisy chart. I think Bookmap doesn't even have like a time frame on theirs. Theirs fully just is like basically like a one volume chart. Like anytime a contract executes, it shows. There's no like, it's not like a 500 millisecond. It's not like a range chart. It's just every volume that hits the book gets printed. But they're just showing okay, on between. They're just showing you like where the liquidity is. So just showing the book, like the depth of market on the chart, as well as the if liquidity gets filled or if there's a big market buy or market sell, showing you the big trade that I had on before that I just took off because I was messing around with something. I'll throw that back on like that. But MotiveWave's example of it is like it auto starts at like a 500 millisecond, I think, and then you can tune it all the way down to like a 1 millisecond if you really wanted to. Not that I'm going to do that, but you could if you wanted to. What are we at likes wise? How far away am I from eating a banana? 53. Need 47 more likes to go till I can eat. Chat, this is all on you if I'm allowed to eat tonight or not. Do something sneaky here. Get this garbage out of here. Just want to see what this looked like here on the old 15-second chart. This is funny. This volume scaling looks ridiculous. Makes more sense when you zoom out a little bit, I guess. My order at 577 is still chilling there for what it's worth. Would like to see that trade. What does that throw in the chart for me? Okay, the 520 showed up there, and then it's been pretty quiet since then. Had this 84 show up here. Might double the opacity actually, just so it's a little bit easier to see. Like that. Sick. Shorts back to open. Peak. If that is what you think is a good trade, then who am I to tell you no? I'll keep it on the 3-minute for now. I really would love to see my order down here get filled, and then we just omega bounce out of it. That being said, we are kind of holding up at like the lows of volume here. It's not the worst spot I've ever seen to hold up. We're so thin on volume to the downside though. This is the area we bounced out of prior. If this low is holding, the point that I would expect to look for a long is like right here, like 91 to 97. Oh, 3-minute doji. All right. Based on the old 3-minute doji, heard the sweaty tech. I moved my order up real quick to 97.5. If it fills, I will let y'all know, obviously. Roughly 6 points away from it. Eddie, I hate to be that guy, but I think you just need to turn your volume up, man. I'm peaking at, my OBS is peaking exactly where the volume should be. So as long as I'm not like overpowered by the music, I think on my end everything looks fine. I think. All right, getting close to that 97.5. No, you're good, dude. I was saying I'm being that guy. Like, I'm telling you to turn your volume up. But, like, what are you at volume-wise, you know? Like, if you're at, like, 2 volume out of 10, you know, give it a click up to, like, 4. See if that helps. It's getting close to filling. Okay. I am currently filled 1 on the trade of 8. So I'm just going to let this rock. But that's what I'd want to see. Is, like, into new highs. Where was prior day's high again? If I could, you know, keep more than one number in my head at a time. Prior day's high was 736. That's what I'd like to see. In an ideal world, that's what I'd like to see. Gotta wait and find out though, right? Could be in this trade for a long time. Unless the orange man gets on Twitter and tweets something very positive. In which case, instant target. Y'all ever had one of those happen before? You're in a trade, some sort of like news event comes over. It doesn't even have to be a tweet. It just could be like, I don't know, you're in a short and like Intel comes out and says, hey, like, can't make any more chips, sorry. And like the market just plummets 200 points. Ow. And it fills your target. I have had, I think, 2 of those ever in my life. And I mean, can't like be mad at it because it was just instant target. But out of the entire move that happened, and one was relatively recent, I want to say like April or March of this year, I had like a 150 point target, which at the time I was looking at, I was like, oh, this is a great looking target, just for the market to then collapse another like 500 points below that. But I've had that happen a few times. I've also been on the other side of it where I have a stop. Thankfully, I had a stop and it just like moons past my stop. Thankfully, I got out with like minimal slippage, but because otherwise it would have been an immediate 300 point loser. Which is just why you always use a stop, in my opinion. Always, always, always have a stop. Eddie, you had that during an eval? It's definitely a little bit of dopamine that hits you, for sure. You definitely get a little bit of like the, oh, what just happened? Oh no. Buyer's already starting to give it back. Oh no. If I take the stop, it's fine. It's like 19 points, probably 20 with slippage. It's fine. I would honestly be even more interested in taking the long down there at like 572, kind of where my stop is. Am I targeting the top of the wick? Troy, I'm targeting yesterday's high. So this price up here at 737. Kind of like a Boeing. Kind of like that jet. Know what I'm saying? Too slow by 2 seconds to go long. Damn, bro. To be fair, I got like a banger entry so far. I mean, almost a bottom tick. In before I speak too soon though, and we just plummet. The big wall we've got to get through is up here at 620s, 625s, kind of right up here, 630s. That is where point of control is currently. And that is where I'm expecting a lot of, at the very least, a lot of passive sellers to step in. And we're pushing into it. So I'm going to watch the tape here just to see, you know, what happens as we push into it. I'd be curious to see if there's like a ton of buying that steps in on the tape and then we are not able to push through it. So far, not much. That's 6, 5. Okay, 5s, 6s, and 5s coming in. If slash when this gets up to 50 points in profit, I will move break even because at that point, I don't think there's any reason to let this run back on me. But I had all within 1 minute some 5s and 6s come in at into the 39s, so into 40s as well. So slightly past point of control. The real test is like above 640 though, where we've got this really low volume showing up here. Probably need a lot of buyers to fill through that because as of right now, the market's kind of equilibrium point is 640 to 600. But wait and see. The psych play is that it goes above open wick liquidity grab. I mean, I see it. I don't think it's a bad idea. Hey, as of right now, as far as we can tell, market go up, right? Like opened in a ginormous gap and have not retraded into that gap yet. The actual like playbook reference for that is called a gap and go. And then I will type the opposite of that out just because I don't want to say it on stream. But the opposite of that is a when you open in a gap and then immediately retrace the gap. But I'm just going to let this work. Ryan, you think we'll fill it? At open, for sure, I could see that. RTH liquidity comes back in. We're not on this like Globex, 2 contracts at a time stuff. Would be nice. All right, 107 people watching, but only 60 likes. I've got a banana to eat, chat. I have a banana to eat. Please make it happen. I'm starving. Troy, you always like gap downs for Mondays? Troy, is that a actual statistic or is that I'm looking at the chart and thinking of a rough approximation statistic? Rodoff, sup bro? How are you? Welcome to the show. I believe we fill this overnight. Asia loves to short NQ. Yeah, we've got Tokyo open. Technically, Asia's already open. We've got Tokyo open in like 45 minutes-ish. Okay, it's from Edgeful. Okay, nice. Edgeful's great for stats. I've used Edgeful a lot. Specifically on all of the like IB stats that we put out a while ago into the Discord, which I think are still pinned. So if you're curious at looking at those, go to the bottom right of the screen, that link, tbm.gg/discord, and join the Discord, and then look through like the pinned chats in trading chat, I believe. And it should be there, if it's still there. Would be pretty freaking sweet. It's still there, Tiger. Sick. Good to know. Thank you. Be pretty sweet if we just pump this and run, huh? Liam, are you still here? I think Liam said he was driving. I have some questions for Liam. I have some questions. Funny enough, I went back to look at double breaks over the last month. We're up to 23% in a month. During 2022, we double broke 23% of the time. Troy, you're saying double break of IB, right? Like initial balance, meaning we set initial balance first hour of RTH and then go sweep out both sides. Because that's like a good approximation, a good statistic to give you, yes, okay, cool. That's a good statistic to like understand whether the market is more range bound or directional. If we are sweeping out both sides consistently, it points to some sideways rangy action. Worth noting. What time do I trade until? Johnny, I will be live for the next 3 hours and 45 minutes just for your viewing pleasure. How's that? All right, at the very least, I'd like to see this go pump into like 660. That way I can at the very least get break even. And then from there, just let it ride. 114 watching and I still can't eat my banana. I need y'all to throw 100 likes on the vid right now so I can eat a banana, please. Your boy's starving. Nope, not that. Okay. Let's go throw this guy on the bottom. Nice. $68 likes. Chat, 32 more likes until I can eat, please. Saw 12 go at 636 and then another 5 and 6. That is roughly where we're trading into this high, which is the area I was talking about. That's going to most likely be a bit of a brick wall to get through, considering that's where point of control is as of right now. That being said, point of control being skewed to the high side like this makes me think we push higher, just because most of the volume likes to trade a little bit higher in the range, is the way I kind of interpret that. But TBD. Been sitting up 30 points for forever. Better than down 30 though, right? I mean, there's a very real potential I could be in this trade like until the end of stream, and even then it might not sweep prior day's high by then. I am that's about 100 points higher from where we are right now. Considering we already gapped up like 300 points or whatever, 100 more points to the upside seems like a lot to ask, but we'll see. Maybe this will be a repeat of like Wednesday night or whatever it was that we trade higher. I spend the next like hour trying to get long just for that to have been the worst price to get long all day. Be really exciting stuff. It's a huge gap. Opened at 500, closed at, all right, sorry, it's a 294 point gap, right? Is that math right? 500. No, sorry, I can't do math. It's a 194 point gap. My bad, my bad. Almost 200 though. Facts, Chris, facts. What are y'all doing? Tape has gone pretty quiet. There was a 32 seller that showed up at 31s who is currently getting paid, worth noting. there is a larger-ish seller at the top. It's going to test either range of the opening candle. Need the top to stay in game. Yeah. I too would like to see us sweep out the high and go. That'd be ideal for sure. What up, Chompy? Hey, coffee mug. What up, dude? A little too late for coffee for me, but appreciate the sentiment. Had an espresso at like 3-ish, so I should be good for the stream. And we're going right back down. F. Didn't even let me get break even. Needed 7 more points to go break even. Womp womp. Have some big sellers stepping in at, not big, it's like 5 and 6s. Between 20s and 10s as of right now, down to that area. So like right where we are right now here, this little range at this bottom of this candle, had some sellers show up. I mean, when you are grinding up, the best thing you want to see from a long perspective is sell side exhaustion. So like big sellers step in, don't get anywhere lower, get long, price rips is like the general formula. Don't quote me on that. That's just my understanding of it. Troy, a fair bit of 4-hour relative highs on the 4-hour above. Just for you, let's pull up a 4-hour. Why not? 4 hours is 240 minutes. Why is my scaling? There we go. He's saying up here, like 780s, 800-ish. Is that the tech? So choppy. Yeah, Chris, we've just gone complete sideways since the gap up. Hate to see it. Chat, I'm gonna go big face for 1 second here. Let me try to fix something. Aha. Okay, I think I did it. Now I need to real quick log out, right? Log out. Very good. And then just bear with me here. Interesting. Okay. This is what I got. Go back to scene. This is what I got. I was trying to see if Tradeify has like a streamer mode kind of deal, but they don't. At least not the way that like Motive Wave does, where I can mask account numbers. It's kind of like an all or nothing, unfortunately, where it's like you either show account numbers and profit and loss, or you show none of it. Personally, not the way I would have designed that, but whatever. Okay. Yo, Captain, what up? How are you? $24 more likes, chat, for live banana eating. All right, so more sellers stepping in at like 6:15, 6:13, and then had one singular buyer step in at 6:17. Looks like that buyer might be trying. I don't see anything else coming up on the tape as of yet, so it looks a little weak. But we'll see. Still nothing else super convincing coming in. Had another 5 go off at 6:27 for the buy side. Just right back into volume though, like literally like we never left. We're just right back into point of control, volume, get stuffed. Sellers showed up at 6:27 too. Also have this large volume at the lows that went off. That 520 contracts, whatever it was. I mean, this sort of stuff to me very much looks like a draw, like a target to go trade this out, trade a little bit below, if anything. Again, that's just my thoughts. That's just kind of what I'm talking through. Not financial advice. I'll make that very clear. Just kind of what I'm looking at. That being said, I still think my long is valid, especially considering I got like an absolute heater of an entry. Coulda, woulda, shoulda been a little bit better about getting it at 80, but can't win them all. For anyone that missed it, that's just joining, we have already ripped the KHG. In case y'all were waiting for that, it is done. You have to rewind. What the gap? What up, Zach? How are you? Yeah, dude, crazy gap. Just straight gap and run. As of right now, still holding it too. I've had a few kind of instances of sellers trying to trade back below. Like y'all should be able to see this now on the screen. These like the 719, 1919s area, all this red on the tape that failed as of right now is failing. We're still trying to trade higher out of it. That to me is like a very solid, like grind up kind of setup. See a bunch of sellers come into a low, fail to trade lower, rip out of it, maybe. Yeah, Zach, I ripped the KHG early because we opened with this giant candle and then have basically just gone sideways the whole time. We've been in like a 30-point range for the last hour. So I had to do something. At what level of the gap do you fall? Johnny, I need you to elaborate on that, big dog. I don't know what you mean. Could technically go onto this screen and mark out like half gap. I think that's also equally valid. Like half gap is at 405. If we trade below 500 and get back into 405, I would be super interested in a long from 405. Half gap tends to be a very solid level to lean against. Again, don't just blindly take it. Wait for confirmation of whatever that confirmation looks like for you, but that's just where I would be looking. Yeah, as of right now, tried to trade above POC, failed, wicked into POC, failed. I imagine I'll see some sellers show up in a second. not the most convincing looking chart. "19 likes, chat. 19 likes for banana eating on camera." What's up, man? I finally passed 25k evo on Friday with a 100-pointer. Yo, GG's, Anthony. Let's freaking go, man. That is awesome to hear. Good job. Take the funded slow. Do not trade the funded any differently than you would trade how you normally trade, all right? The eval is just the start. The funded is the hardest part. Getting paid is the goal. Eval gets you to a position where you can start to get paid, but you still got to get paid, right? Take it slow. Ain't no rush. Brother, how do you trade this volume? Dilly, I don't know, dude. I do not know. Got lucky on like a snipe of an entry and just been waiting since then. That's what I was saying earlier. As soon as I got in, like this trade could take, no joke, 5 hours to play out. Like no joke. If it plays out at all. Because we've still got this giant volume spike at 500 right off the open with like very minimal volume filled in below it. You would think an efficient market wants to go trade all of that out. Would be the theory. Word to Liam. Word to efficient market. You know, chat, they actually call Liam Mr. Efficient Market. Y'all are watching Liam stream at some point tomorrow. Make sure to chime in. Call him Mr. Efficient Market. Hey man, it's his name. I don't make the rules. Mr. Efficiency himself. Got 2 kids and a bedtime. I don't have the patience for that. Yeah, that's so fair, dude. That's so fair. Chat, 17 likes until live banana. You can do it. I have faith. The real fun happens at 200 likes. 100 is like the layup target, right? 200 is like full TP. 200, we're talking like Lamborghini likes. Need that full TP from y'all. Oof, man. I'm gonna be in this trade for forever. I have curiosity. Pulling a fib on entire prior day. Where are we? Okay, there's a lot going on in my chart now. This is the 50%. Yeah, we are above 50% from prior day. Noted. Oh, Ryan, am I pulling it wrong? Because technically yesterday was down, so I wanna look for downside. I mean, even then, we're still above it, right? I don't know. I have a lot of stuff in my chart right now. This is a nice zoomed out view. So close, yet so far. Oh, some action right into POC. Still just into the area that we have not really moved from though. Although I like this wick into it. This looks like a fairly aggressive attempt to trade lower, like this big wick to the downside here. Right, go into the range. Which direction you want to monitor? Well, someone earlier in the chat told me to just flip my monitor upside down. Anytime I have a problem, that should solve it. So maybe that'll be the next step. This is like do or die here. I mean, we had some buying show up on the tape here, 5s, 8s, 9s. If we can't break through 32 again, it's a tough look. That's what the trade looks like as of right now. Evening has the open going today, waiting for the Asia Open. Todd, I too am waiting for Asia Open, or for Tokyo Open, as we've discussed on prior streams. Asia was technically 35 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm also waiting for Tokyo. Ideal scenario, is that I can go break even prior to Tokyo Open. That way, in case Tokyo Open opens with just like a giant sweep to the downside, I at the very least don't take a loss. Would be ideal for me. And then if I get break even, I get break even, whatever. Maybe get in at a better price. Got some prices marked out that I think would be interesting. Bobby, I've had that happen to before. I think everyone's done one of those every once in a while. It's not even necessarily like a fat finger. It's just like I wasn't paying attention. Had a oopsie, but it worked out. Decided to see if NQ rolls cleaner than MNQ, but I forgot to change my order from 5 micros to a mini, so he took it on 5 minis. I mean, GG's that you made it, that you made money on that, didn't get hosed, first off. Second, NQ rolls cleaner. I mean, depends on what you're looking at, I guess. MNQ has way more volume now than NQ. I mean, like, way more. So technically, I mean, like, notional value wise, NQ is still by far much bigger. But like on the book, at least, if you're looking at like fills or like getting the best fill, I think MNQ will probably get you a better fill than NQ nowadays. But then, again, that's just me hypothesizing. I don't know. But MNQ's volume does seem thicker for sure nowadays. Where are we at on the light counter? I'm trying to eat this banana, bro. 86, 120 watching. Yo, if you're just joining, 100 likes, I'm eating a banana, so make sure to smash the like button. Please, let me eat. I've been waiting. Bobby, don't get me wrong, like MNQ is still very prone to like the dirty sweeps. 100% it is. I've been on the receiving end of those so many times. And if you pull up like a really noisy chart, like if you go down to like a really noisy like 20 volume chart or like a 1 second chart or something, like you'll see it whenever they happen. You'll see where price is like sideways, 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 and out of nowhere just like 40 points up and then 40 points right back down. So it's not to say that MNQ doesn't do that the way NQ does, but as far as I know, MNQ has a bit more volume nowadays. I accidentally bumped into my keyboard and it canceled everything. RIP. $90 likes, chat 10 away from banana. Huge. Had some buying at the 630s. And we're still just slowly trying to slap off of it again. I don't know, chat. Market's been taking its sweet time up here. Sussing me out. Chat, what do y'all have going on this week? I'm assuming most of y'all just have work, but anything fun outside of that? I too also just have work. We really just gotta go right back into 615, like big volume, edge of volume down here. Started trading props in June, passed my first eval last month for Apex 25k, requesting 5th max payout tomorrow. Bro, huge GGs in the chat for Cam. That is sick, dude. Good job, man. That's awesome. Cam, how do you trade? If you don't mind us asking, like, what's your approach? What's your style? What's your sizing? What do you look for? Nate Senior can't hear you, big dog. I hate to break it to you, but turn your volume up. Unless it's the music overpowering me, in which case that's a separate conversation. But Cam, that is awesome. Cam, I would love to know super quiet volumes all the way up. I think everyone else is fine, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Like I peeked into the red there. I can't really turn my mic much higher up without us just like straight clipping the whole time. I usually do 5 micros. Usually trade pre-market structure shifts that retrace to fair value gaps or IBH, IBL. Huh. Yeah, everyone else's sound is good. Nate, I don't know, man. Plug into a speaker maybe. But thank you guys. Oh, we're pumping a little bit. Okay, at the very least, I am taking this break even now. That way I don't lose the monies. Okay, so 5 micros. That's kind of a lot for a 25k, but you know, who am I to argue? You're out here ripping payouts left and right. You usually trade market structure shifts that retrace to fair value gaps. Okay, so your target, Cam, your targets are fair value gaps, and then you trade market structure shifts, meaning like, let me throw out the old handy dandy Microsoft Paint real quick. The one and only. Okay, Cam, just to illustrate, let's say we've got, and please give me grace here, I suck at drawing with a mouse. It's genuinely so difficult. Let's say market structure shifts. Okay, let's say we've got a prior high chilling up here. This is where, you know, we tapped out to the highs before. It's fine. And then on the way up, let's say on the way up to sweeping this, we left a fair value gap right here in this area. Let me just pin this forward. Extend right. Let's say you're looking to get short this high up here somewhere to then target into this fair value gap that we left behind. Is that how I'm understanding it? Yeah, facts, what Lambrow's saying. Maybe it's like a browser issue. Cam, am I reading that correct? Seven more likes till banana, chat. 7 more likes till banana. All right, we pushed higher there. A ton of activity on the tape, like a ton. Bunch of buying pushed us higher, obvious. And then had some selling start to trickle in now here. Had 20 on the buy side go off at 666. Wild number, that's right at the highs. So there is a large buyer at the highs currently who is underwater slightly. And then have some sellers trickling in at 660. I mean, I don't want to like overanalyze, but it's break even. Who am I to care? Just let it rip, right? Can even move it up by like a point or something. My entry's at 97.5, so let's throw this up to like 99.5, just so I don't get super slipped on it. But yeah, ideal trade would just be get long here and profit. No, so fair value gap is my entry. The shift would be if we're on an uptrend, higher highs, higher lows, but then sweep the lows. I would set a short with an entry at a fair value gap. I have to reread that. Sorry, I have a small brain. No, so fair value gap is my entry. The shift would be if we're on an uptrend with higher highs and higher lows, but then we sweep through the lows. And then I would set a short with an entry at a fair value gap. So the fair value gap that you're entering off of then is that, like, when you say sweep the lows, so you have like, okay, let's go back to the paint before I try to talk through all of this. Okay, let's say we've got higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. This looks awful. Higher low. And then we put in a high and then sweep into a low. At this point, we have broken structure, right? Because we took out a prior low. You're saying your entry, let's just say we look like that to give it some extra little room. You're saying your entry comes like within this zone. Let's say there's a fair value gap right there. You're saying your entry comes right there. Green for entry. And then trade lower. Am I getting that correct now? Yes, exactly. Okay, noted. Very good. Thank you. Very nice, very nice. Well, GG's. Whatever way you're trading, bro, GG's. You're crushing it, apparently. 5 payouts in a row with Apex. G freaking G's, man. You dog. Okay, this is a really nice sign. Had a small seller show up at 640. That looks like this guy. There was this whole bubble over here, 12, 12, 10s, 8s, 8s. And pumping out of it, that is a great sign for longs. When you have a seller show up and get stuffed and start ripping, that is exactly what we want to see. How's the slippage on Tradeify? The slippage depends a lot more on, like, not the platform, but actually, it really should be the platform at all, actually. That just depends more on, like, market condition. Like, are the books thin or do they have a tight spread? It doesn't have a ton to do with the platform, unless your platform like lags like crazy, in which case that's a separate conversation. 3 likes away, chat. 3 likes away from banana. I know y'all can do it. I know y'all got it in you. Two likes now, says Tiger. Oh, 100 likes. Hey, GG's. All right, banana time. Thank you for allowing me to eat tonight, chat. I appreciate it. Do I peel from the stem or the bottom? The bottom, because the stem is where it attaches to the tree, right? So I'm going to say the bottom. I do not peel from this. I'm not a stem peeler. Hey, we just swept that prior high, initial news high, or sorry, initial gap high, I mean. Ideal scenario is that we just like rip through and run, right? Ton of buying coming into the highs here. A lot of fives, some sellers starting to show up. I imagine this gets like an attempt at a slap. Here's like the do or die is whether we just sweep this out and immediately trade back in towards point of control. Like if we just immediate slap to 620, trade's probably dead. But if we can hold these 680s, oh, big seller just showed up too, 25 at 85. And then some more buyers showing up right after. If we can hold the 80s, like sellers try to bring us back in and fail, I think the rocket into prior day's high looks solid for my target. Big if though, big if. BRB. Okay, I'm back. I am back. Banana is eaten. GG's on the banana. GG's on the likes. Appreciate that. I get in on the fib. I did. Well, kind of. I didn't take the original entry on the fib, even though I should have. And I was looking at it, but I didn't. But I did get in on what looked like kind of a retest back into it over here. Just had a limit sitting there, and then it failed to actually trade into the fib. So I punched it long as soon as I saw Mitch ready for this. The 3-minute doji. And now we're here. So hopefully this fills out. That would be ideal. Getting stuffed up here would kind of suck. RIP Logic 8, RIP. Yeah, I've been in this long for almost an hour, like 52 minutes or something like that. I have a bad pattern of closing winning trades near break even because play just recovered loss. I would have held, I would have passed eval. Comeback, that to me sounds like a trade management thing. Like at some point you just have to be okay with letting the trade like ride out, you know? Like don't micromanage yourself. The trade that you get into originally, your confidence, unless you see something within that trade that like legitimately changes your thesis. So for me, for example, like something that would change my thesis here would be if all of a sudden as we push into these highs, I see like just a load of sellers starting to pile in, which I don't really see right now. I see more buying than anything. But if as we push higher, you start to see like a load of sellers pile in, I would probably consider just taking the trade off before the target. But if you don't see anything that actually changes your thesis on the trade or changes the viability of it, I don't think there's a reason to kill it. That's just my personal thought on that, like my approach. Again, everyone trades differently. You do you. What a banger. Mitch, it ain't over yet. Still got to get out. But thank you. I do see some small sellers showing up between like 702, 706. Still willing to hold through, but just to note, some small sellers showing up. Got long the retest of 642. That is, oh, at this low, this thing? Bobby, this like wick down right here, that's a banger entry, dude. GG's. That is a sweet entry. Okay, I gotta change the label now. No more banana eating. Already ate the banana. NZ, I do not use Bookmap. Troy, it ain't over yet, brother. It ain't over yet. Still got some holding to do. Hopefully Asia Open. That'd be ideal. Is Asia Open just like wicks right through it? Or sorry, Tokyo Open in 5 minutes. Like we start to trade a little bit lower here, pull back to like 680 or whatever. And then Tokyo Open just straight turbos. That would be sweet. Missed it when it originally broke out, but it gave you another chance. That it did, sir. That it did. NZ, I've got the time. So I was using the DOM before. I was watching some of Liam's streams, and I'm kind of curious to see like what the DOM will look like, or sorry, what the time and sales will look like instead of the DOM. So as of right now, I've got the time and sales up on the right, which is basically just like a running count of all the orders that are coming in, or the trades that execute, I should say, that are above my filter. So my filter is set to 5. So anything 5 or greater will show on the time and sales. But I saw Liam using it. I think it's probably a similar idea to how I was using the DOM, but it's a little bit more of like a play-by-play aspect, and rather than like a cumulative like profile view of it. So I'm just curious to give it a rip, see how it works. If I don't like it, I'll just go back to the DOM. Tried to trade lower, 690s, 680s-ish, that prior initial high. I mean, again, this is what I was saying. We support that. Like we had 6s, 7s, 12s, 12, 11, 9s, all that coming in between 94 and 88. I think if we can now manage to stay above those prices and then start to see buyers coming in, then prior day's high should get traded. Keyword should. Sellers still trying. 16 sellers. 16 lot went at 687. Mr. Swipe. Sorry, Mrs. Swipe. No, what is that? Okay, it's either Mrs. Wipe or Mr. Swipe. One of the two. Yeah, I have that mark down here. This 50% at 400. That is half gap. You know, I'd prefer to get my fill at prior day's high first, but some buyers stepping in now. 10s, 10s, 5, 10. Do it. Pump it. Mrs. Wipe. Yeah, my bad. My fault, bro. Depends on the day. It's funny. Okay, market clearly really wants to get there. I'm going to trail my stop at this point. I don't think it makes any sense to trade back below this low here without first sweeping the high at like 730s, whatever, 737s where I have my exit set. At this point, I'm at the very least locking in like 80 points or something. So that's not a bad trade by any means. Ton of buyers stepping into the highs, have 20 showing up on the time and sales at 24.75. Don't love that those 20 stepped in and then price rotated off, but I still think my trailing's in a good spot, and I'd like to give this at least a little bit of room to like wick up and trade it. 736 is prior day high. Yeah, I have my point or my order set like 1 point past it just in case we kind of blow through. ES already hit. That's slightly concerning. Thank you for the information. That is slightly concerning for my trade. If ES already hit this, the last thing I need right now is like an NQ front run where we get, and I mean, we've seen this recently too, get like 7 points within a low or a high and then just completely reverse course. The Micus, you can see it on my screen. I got long at 597.5. All right, here's the push. Buyer's trying. Nothing big on the tape yet. At a 14, come through at 729. So close. So close. Price getting real excited up here, wicking 10, 12 points back and forth. A bunch of volume building in at 720s as well. I don't see anything big coming over on the tape while this is happening. It's all quiet. These are all like singles getting traded. In before wick out of 83 just to pump right back into 737. In before. All right, we're at this point. If we trade 700, at that point, it's coming back into like where a larger buyer stepped in. That's like the line in the sand. If 700 goes, then I think we just go right back to point of control at 630s. I think. If this buyer can hold 700, then that looks great to just go trade back up into the high. Do I only trade micros? Suvin, I am making it a point on this account to trade micros, yes. And specifically trade one at a time after completely liquidating a, well, 2 evals so far on stream, trading oversized. Ton of sellers showing up now between 700 and 704. Ton of sellers. It's literally just all sellers in the tape at this point. I think this probably stops out. That's so unfortunate. That being said, again, I think we lose 700 and I think we just go right back to 620. So this is looking like a one of the NQ classics. Get within 4 points of a level. All right, stopped out. Get within 4 points of a level and then just run it all back. I'm fine with that. That's still a great trade. Like I have no, especially given the risk I gave it. I think I gave it like 15 points or something in risk. So I don't really have an issue with it. I'm going to have an issue with it if it now turns and just rips into the highs. That's going to suck. And that's just going to be a terrible read on my part. But as of right now, it has not done that. Okay, Tradeify's like privacy mode is so strange. Because now I can't even see my balance. Where your account number and balance are hidden from the top bar of the workspace. That's great. How do I see what my actual balance is now, though? It's just not there. Brother. Yeah, I've definitely... That's definitely not how I would have designed this, for sure. Very interesting way of doing that. Yeah, there's the dirty sweep. All right, great call on whoever said that ES took prior day high. Suvin, great call on that. Coulda, woulda, shoulda closed as we were pushing into it, knowing that ES had already swept it, but it is what it is. But this is exactly what I was talking about. Prior day's high is what, 736. We got within 3 points and then smacked. What was my confirmation to get long 597? Because it was that a fact that I had missed this first trade here because I wanted this long originally. And then we tried to trade back into it, stalled out, got long the doji, and then you saw the rest. Chat, if you're just tuning in, welcome to the show. Smash the like button. I just got out of a trade. Pull it back up for y'all. Just got out of this trade, took it from 590 whatever, looking at prior day's high, and then got filled out like 40 points below it, unfortunately, on the trail. That's okay. There's what I was saying. Lose 700, lose all this buying, trying to get into the highs, just right back to point of control. So I'm glad I took the trailing at least. Otherwise, I'd be down a lot more on the position instead of up something like 172. Oh, okay, I see. I found out how to see my balance. Very good. So account is currently back to green, 25,037.6. Excellent. Very nice. That didn't take long. Yeah, dude, straight smack. That's like the NQ special. Get within 4 points of a really, really obvious level and then run all of it back. Close with 900 profit. Nice. Dominic, do I trade during market open? Which market open are you talking about? Like New York cash session? Because if so, no. You explain your way of reading time and sales. Enzy, it's like this similar concept as what I'm looking at on like a DOM for Delta. It's literally just seeing like, are there buyers or sellers stepping into the market? So like these red prints are sellers, these blue prints are buyers, and then looking at the size of said buyer or seller. Like here we had, and this is a pretty wide range, but 622 to 652, there's some buying that stepped in. That's kind of a wide range though. Dominic, I have a day job that I'm at during that time. Took short at the top, closed for pennies. Oh, rip, dude. Dang, chat, 130 watching. All I'm saying is, hypothetically, at 200 likes, something might happen. I don't know what, but something might happen. That's all I'm going to say. Y'all got to do the rest. Cam, if you're still in here, would this be an example of something you would be looking to take? Like if I go down to like a 1 minute? If we swept out this original high, broke structure, so like this higher low here got broken, are you then looking to take like a fair value gap entry here somewhere? And in the case that you are, which one? Because there's several, right? Like there's one up here above the prior low. There is one right below it here, and this is on a 1 minute. And then there's one right here that as of right now is playing out. So like, you have a short set at 681. Okay, so you're like way near the top of it then. Got it. Don't think it will come back though. Hey man, I mean, GG's on the patience. Very, very big on the patience. That is a great trait to have, which is why you're banging out payouts. So GG's. But thank you for the call and response there. Watching, but I don't like trading on Sundays. Totally fair route. I mean, I don't blame you considering this gigantic gap up that we had. Very valid option. What up, Lambra? Lambra, I can't promise anything, but I can hint if that's good enough for you. Don't think it will come back though. I mean, we'll see. It's definitely a ways off for sure, but we'll see. Okay. So now what do we do? Failed the prior high target. Price smacked off of it on Tokyo Open. Yeah, now we're kind of just chilling, I guess, right? Like what I'd like to see is go back down and retrade into this, I guess, 590 to 570 and see what happens there. If that fails, then ideally I want to see like somewhere between 440 and 400 as my next kind of like zone of interest, which let me just mark that out while I'm here. That's my initial zone that I'd be curious to see trade, and then something like that for the second one. I think those are both of interest. Might be sitting on the hands for a hot second here though. Just kind of messing around at point of control. Oh yeah, what a slap, dude. What a slap. That's crazy. 33.5, 3 points, not even 2.5 points away from prior day high. They really do be like that sometimes, chat. Mac, what a sell. Yeah, dude. Front run the high, omega sell. Question is what happens at point of control? Because like if we really do hold point of control here, consolidate sideways, maybe try to have one more aggressive attempt lower that gets bought back up, then I think the longs are still valid to like actually go retrade prior day's high. But very much a big if on like what actually happens down here. Yeah, comeback. That was a snipe of a call, dude. I should have listened. I should have just killed it right when I saw that, right? Just saved myself like 40 points. What if I were to draw a fib like so? Oh, that's very interesting. That is right in the area that Mr. Cam is looking for a short if he's still got that order on. Could have easily pumped the other way. Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, right? Like it's all a coin flip. I'm just glad I took the stop here, the trailing stop here. Oh, it's not even 40 points. I would have gotten like 50 points more. Dang, dude. F. I need to learn this fair value gap strategy. Hey man, talk to Cam in the chat. He's got the sauce. We kind of like outlined all of it earlier. I think that's it. The good part is that it sounds like a relatively simple strategy, which is like, that's great. Like, keep it simple, stupid, right? Like, just don't overcomplicate stuff. Increases your chances of success. When you start looking at like, oh, I need to have this, and this lineup, and my moving average has to be here, and I don't know, my star sign has to be in retrograde in relation to Mars. Like, you start looking at all that stuff, and you start throwing way too much on. Keep it simple and just manage your risk, and you'd be surprised at what can happen. That being said, be interesting if we get back up to here, what happens from here. But as of right now, bouncing and holding point of control. But this is an interesting area to retrace to. Also, solid, just like wall of buying on the time and sales for the last 2 minutes. Brad, I know that moon phase trade was all time. Like actually a generational short. And like it quite literally does not get better than that. He shorted and it went to literal zero. Yeah, I can't talk on the moon phases because the moon phases technically set up the greatest trade of all time. $130 or whatever it was to like legit zero is outrageous. One thing I've learned watching successful traders, every strategy works until it doesn't. Yeah, like the market has different conditions, so how you adapt to those conditions is important. I think from my limited knowledge, it comes down a lot less to like the strategy not working and more so to like making sure you adjust your position sizes accordingly. So that way you're like, the way that I read it is that there's two really big like fundamental regime changes in the market. One is volatility and one is the environment of, are we trending or are we ranging sideways? If you can identify both of those regime changes as they happen, or at least kind of comparatively quickly to after they happen, and you're not like lagging behind by a period of days or weeks, then as far as I can think, like you should be able to adapt reasonably. So like, for example, if VIX is chilling at like 11 for summer trading, which it's not right now, it's like 17 or something. Let's check real quick. VIX, it's 18.5 as of Friday. And then it spikes to like 22. Like that is your sign that market conditions have changed and that price is a lot more volatile now. So you need to be a lot more loose, a lot more open with your stops, because that same stop, that same 20-point stop that was working, a week ago might now be getting blown out by like 50 points and you have to adjust accordingly. And then the other side of it is regime change of like trending versus ranging. If you're ranging, breakout plays of continuation are probably going to suck. Versus vice versa on a trending play, like you don't want to just be shorting every high if the market's trending up. You look at ATR for the same thing. Yeah, great way to do it. It's like if you can measure ATR over a time span, it's a good way to get information. Brad, did I get a long? I did get a long, Brad. I had part of a long. I got long from here, like 596 or whatever. Was targeting prior day's high, was like legit 3 points, 4 points away from getting filled out. And then Tokyo opened and just smacked. So I took a trailing stop. Technically, I'd still be in this if I just had a true break even. I don't really think I want to be in this still if I was long. So I'm fine with the trailing. All right, tried to trade up. Didn't even get to the 50% retracement of this move yet, and we're back to point of control. Very good chance that we just sit on point of control for a year now and don't move anywhere. Which will be unfortunate, but it's part of the game. All right, chat. I have received the marching orders. I have heard the news. I have put my ear to the floor and I have listened. I have done all the things I need to do. Let me edit this real quick. Yeah, I didn't even get back to 675. Tough. Can y'all see that? Can y'all see the news? All right, we're going like right back to where my entry was. Good trailing exit on my part. Let's put this like top left. Okay, sick. Y'all should be able to see that. But yeah, smash the like button, 200 likes, and we're throwing out a TPT giveaway. Got what, 87 more to go? I have faith in y'all. Y'all can do it. I think there's hope. Gonna need y'all to do your part though. Okay, this is an area that starts to interest me. Back to where I was like originally long. Yeah, I'd be curious to see if we can bid out of this, or if we are really just going to go for like gap fill. Maybe. Either way, gonna let this kind of sort itself out here. I think we're waiting on news to move in any direction. Maybe, bro, maybe. There's some news tomorrow morning. It was like US side news, and there's some stuff overnight from Japan, I think. Or maybe that already happened, I don't know. Starting to kind of try to stall out at 590. Doesn't necessarily look super convincing yet. Had some sellers come in from like 95 to 92. We just have so much light volume below us, like so much area where we have not traded heavily. Mostly I'm looking at like sub 570 to 500 really. That it would make a lot of sense to start to retrade some of that. Really just want to watch the 3-minute here and see what happens. I don't want to get like too lost in the noise of a 15-second chart. Especially if my 15-second chart doesn't have volume spike candles. Why do I even bother using it, right? If you're curious about like what account I'm trading, 25k select Tradeify. There you go. Eval. You can also go hit this link and learn more about the sizes, account types, what I'm trading, why I trade, you know, the whole info on me is over there. So go take a look. Oh, trying to kind of start to bid? Question mark? Keyword trying. Nothing crazy yet. Would love to see this sweep out actually 580, and then that could maybe look better for long. Oliver, W602, what up, dog? How we doing? Make sure to smash the like button while you're here, big dog. You look on the top left, got a little surprise for you. Dang, is that it? We're gonna bid out of this and that's it? How's everything on my end? Good, dude. Had one solid trade so far. Thankfully brought the Tradeify eval back to even after Thursday's debacle. And now just being patient, trying to wait, look for something else that makes sense. Caught the sell at POC, cool, 35 points. Hey, yo, banger. Good stuff, dude. Cam 5-minute wick test at 620. Cam, do you trade wick tests as well? Also, wait, Cam, I completely glossed over. So you said you trade IBH and IBL as well, like initial balance. Is it the same idea as your execution for a like with market structure shifts? Like you treating IBH, IBL as the like point of market structure, and then you trade accordingly. So like if we gap through it, look to get long the fair value gap. No, different setup. Okay, got you. What happened down here? 587. $587's had some reasonable selling come in. Nothing crazy, but some reasonable selling start to step in on the tape. Yeah, nothing crazy. Like nothing that makes me look at it and think, wow, a giant seller just got slaughtered down there. Let me get long. Pretty much how Matt trades it on his channel. Okay. So like break and retest. So then do you also like trade for a base hit, so to speak, like 10 to 15 points, or do you open it? Well, buyers are trying. Gotta give them that. Base hits for those, the fair value gap, I open a bit more. Okay, good to know. Thank you for the info. Chris got my 5th payout yesterday. Yo, huge GG for Chris. That's awesome. All time, all time. Very nice. Good to see people in here getting paid too. It's good to see. I'm hoping to see some more moves. Not sure if we get continuation of the runoff from last week. I mean, dude, right now, it doesn't really look like it, right? Other than this giant smack to the downside, but like otherwise, it doesn't really look like we want to go down at all. Technically a 3-minute doji here. I didn't take that because I'm not super convinced about that, but they are trying, that's for sure. Bobby, I mean, it doesn't even need to be a big payout. Like payouts are payouts, man. I know I've said this like 1,000 times here, but my goal for at least like the daily payout accounts, so the ones that Tradeify have, as well as the ones that TPT have, like my goal on the daily payout accounts is to not have like giant days. I would love to be able to just like stack 200 to 300 a day per account, and then at the end of every day, just withdraw everything that's above the buffer. Got 10K payout in April, still trading for 2nd payout. Hey, yo, GG's. Keep grinding, keep grinding. All right. Trying to trade higher here. I am still not super convinced by this. I would love to see like a big, I mean, we might get it here, big aggressive attempt to trade back into like 600 that fails. At that point, I could be interested in a long, but as of right now, we're just chopping POC. Which I prefer we didn't do. You know, I don't hate the short. For me personally, I might be willing to take this if I get filled on it. I don't hate the short from like 630. Something like that, I wouldn't hate to then go target at the very least like the open. And then maybe it decides to like go in and fill more of the gap. I don't know, but I wouldn't hate that. Potentially like sweep a 45 really. So like up here, if we were to push that candle a little bit higher and sweep it. I didn't even know prop firms existed until a few months ago. That and the schedule is why I switched to futures. Yeah, dude, futures are, in my opinion, the best like as a day trader or just a trader in general, not even a day trader necessarily, like a trader in general. I think futures are probably your best option for several reasons, truthfully. And if you are interested in looking at any other firms, go check that website real quick. Might be something there that interests you. I'm currently trading the 25K Select eval, but there are other options. I just personally like the Select because one, it gives me the option to go daily payouts after it's funded. And then two, I like the 25Ks because of the risk to reward target. 1,000 in drawdown for $1,500 target is a 1 to 1.5. And that's personally where I am comfortable. For someone that works days, it's great. Yeah, dude. I mean, you're looking at them. What's the "This Is Me" meme? The Spider-Man meme, where it's like just like 3 Spider-Mans pointing at each other. But another reason I think futures are awesome, I mean, other than the 23 hours around the clock part, that's great. Obviously, Globex trading. Second is it's a centralized market, meaning like you don't have a ton of different like clearing happening. Where like in equities, for example, you might be missing some trades if you don't have all the exchanges linked up. So like ARCA, NYSE, Nasdaq, etc. Versus with futures, it's all centralized through the CME. So that way, every single order that hits, you see all of them. There is no hiding it. And then the last one, something I'm not really going to get into a ton here, but like for tax purposes, and you can go do all of this research yourself. Google is a very useful tool. Futures have a better tax treatment than most other vehicles. But again, that is you need to go research that. I'm not a CPA. That being said, what I can do for y'all is at 200 likes, provide you a TPT giveaway. That I can do. Correct, Tiger. But again, I'm not going to get into that. That is you got to go Google and learn for yourself. Kind of getting stuffed at like 630s here, point of control. Market hasn't really been able to trade higher than that at this point. Just select me. I don't know, bro. You gotta play. Throw your ticket into the ring. GLaDOS, I didn't want to get too far into it. I just want to give that little shout there. But again, you got to go research that yourself, big dog. I can't really talk about that. All right. Maybe getting filled here. Maybe looking at a fill. I'd like to see us just sweep that high out and then plummet. What typically happens when 1 minute candles are wick to wick? Dude, I don't know because I don't have a 1 minute chart up. Let's go see. I'm talking like this or this? Like these bottoms here at 580? It's like a low volume there. It's I would take 650 honestly over that. And then tighten the risk a little bit. 18 points. I can give this 18 points if that's really what it takes. Okay. I am filled short on one from 650. Looks a little pumpy, but we'll see. And my target would be down here at like low of current session would be the ideal scenario for me. See if that plays. But whoever shouted earlier that Asia loves to sell NQ, kind of a snipe of a shout, right? Like Tokyo opened and we plummeted. Oh, it was like 150 points just straight down, basically. GLaDOS, again, I'm really not talking more about it. You got to go research yourself. The answers are there, I promise. Bob, you're on a 50K Apex eval right now, experimenting. Yeah, I mean, if you can stack accounts, it's a great way to do it. But trade one account before you trade 20, right? Good evening, John Johnston. How we doing? How we doing, sir? What's poppin'? Be pretty cool if NQ could just do one of these real quick. Just fill down. That'd be sweet. So far, my fill looks okay. So far, okay. Honestly, I know this is like super basic, but Tradeify volume profile kind of goated. It's just so like timeless. It's very limited information for sure, but it's just so timeless. The amount of like years I've seen this on my screen just brings me back. It's pretty funny. All right, back to point of control. If buyers step in here, then that's like a pretty, as they are, that's a pretty good sign that I think buyers might be winning the fight here, and we maybe go back up and sweep prior day's high, but I'm still willing to hold this. I am also going to tighten my risk a little bit though, because I don't think it makes sense to give it that much more after we are like 20 points up or whatever, especially at point of control. Again, this is probably a really reactive spot if I had to guess from buyers, which I don't see anything crazy on the tape yet. So that's a good sign for my position because I'm short. But if buyers are going to actually defend anything, this is where I expect it to happen. What does this bad boy look like? I'd really love to go see the open. We have so much untraded volume below us. Like 580 to 500 is just like not a gap technically, but it's a void for sure. Like super low volume all the way down. And then the true gap is all the way down to 300 and change, 310 or something. That's like the true gap. I'm not going to target that just because that is a wildly large target that I'm not comfortable holding for. I'd much rather just get my 150 points and get out. Draw the meme downtrend line. Highs. I mean, like this, right? Can I extend this? Ryan, it's not looking great. As far as the meme line goes, it's not looking great, considering we have broken it and are now retesting. The meme line would suggest I am cooked, is what I think this means. If we go trade 600, I will move this to break even per my 50-point break even rule. Got to get there first, though. Just move it till it makes sense. Facts. I mean, truly, like it should be here, in which case I'm looking at the retest at like 580. All right, hit 600 so I can go break even, please. Finished one account plus 16, the other one 121, all locked out. Hey, GG's on locking out. That is a important skill that not that many people have. I was watching a really good like psychology video for trading though, and a lot of what it talked about was like, just don't, so much goes wrong. Love the short no matter how it ends. Yeah, dude, I would love to see this just collapse like 100 points. So many times when like trading goes wrong for people, it's not necessarily that they just got hosed off rip and like don't ever take profitable trades. All of that does happen. I can attest to it. I have been there several times. It's more so that they have a good trade, they're up, you know, X amount, whatever, and it's just not enough. And then they keep pushing and pushing and pushing and eventually hit like a massive green to red and blow the account. Again, speaking from experience, I've been there. I've done it on stream actually. So don't feel like alone or left out about that. I was watching it for my own like mental as well. All right, let me move this back to a 5. Let me throw this onto a 3 because I only really cared for the 15-second for an entry. And hopefully my target. At the very least, hopefully a break even plays out and I can not have a risk on here. That'd be ideal. I mean, again, my risk is super tight here, 7 points or whatever, but no risk is better than some risk. Just move it till it makes sense. Facts. I don't even know how to like correctly draw. I know there's like a method to it. I don't know how to correctly draw a trend line. Like this low to this low, is that technically a trend line? Interesting. Look at the meme line. Look how the meme line is memeing. Very nice. Okay, it's so close to my 50-point rule. So close. Do it. Okay, there's the 50, so I'm going to move this to break even plus like 2 points for the inevitable slippage that happens whenever I take a break even. And ideally, we just go smack the lows now. I mean, that'd be dope. If Tokyo wants to really just sell it down, that'd be sick. Large buyer showed up at 602, got 24. That just went on the book at 602. The buyers are showing up at the lows of the range. Just gotta point that out. They are there, so. Trend lines are very subjective. Yeah, I'm fully just memeing it. Like I don't know how to trade them. I don't want to know how to trade them. I don't want to start. That being said, no shade if you trade trend lines. Like there are definitely some good trend line traders out there. I don't. So that's it. Close the gap. Dude, please, for real. At the very least, just go retrade the open so we kind of like backfill some of this volume. Like look at this profile. These at least are like good trendy volume spikes at the highs as we kept pushing up. This is what you expect to see out of like a grind higher. You put in volume, push out of it, leave low volume behind, put in volume again, maybe trade into the low volume for an entry, get long, push higher, rinse and repeat. This kind of stuff, when you just have no volume there, is, I think, like kind of a magnet because it's from like an efficient market hypothesis perspective. Shadow Liam, would like to see the market be efficient, would like to go see it conduct trade at areas that have not traded yet. Ryan, are you on Tradeify? Nice. Tradeify supremacy or something like that. Fibs from Friday. Overnight fib, got it. Cool. Very nice. You're like, Ryan, you fully down the rabbit hole in the fibs, I guess, huh? Seems to be playing out, so banger after banger, I guess. Dojis and fib supremacy, yeah, for real. Sweaty tech supremacy. I have more luck with intraday 5-minute trend lines, only when there's a large move. Sure, whatever floats your boat, big dog. I can't use them in chop. Dude, I think like most strategies, most systems tend to break down in chop. Chop is chop, right? Like chop just goes sideways. Chop goes nowhere while taking out everyone's stops. Let's put it that way. Chop really be doing that. All right, I'm gonna get a little bit. I thought I had. Oh, I do have water. Never mind. I thought I was about to say I'm gonna let me go get more water. 3-minute doji here. So sus for my short. I mean, I'm gonna hold because there's no reason to like flip. I don't think. I think my thesis is still correct, but this is like, if this plays out to the long side, This is the prettiest 3-minute doji you can possibly think of. This is picture perfect, frame worthy even. If anyone takes this doji for a long and then we end up going to trade like 30K by tomorrow morning and you hold for that entire long, you need to frame this. I would really love to see it just flush the lows though. Chop is public enemy number 1. You are right. You are absolutely correct. 28,500. Yeah, I'd love to see 28,500 trade. I'm sussed out though. We keep trading into this area to like 600 flat and keep projecting on what is a pretty large move to the upside so far. Like Tokyo tried to sell it. And again, I'm short, so I'm willing to give it the room. I'm gonna break even stop, it's whatever. But sus. Yeah, little Urbo. Volume profile is just a great tool in general. Machem, you got a mini on from where, big dog? Oh no, chat. The 3-minute doji plus fib tech. It's playing out as we expected. Sweaty new. Oh, I changed my chart entirely. Bozo. Let me adjust this real quick. Why does this do this? There we go. All that in psych. Yeah, big rip, dude. Big rip. Pumpage incoming. It's Jover chat. It's never been more over. For your first target's 563. What you got at 563? Yeah, what do you have at 563? Is that like a fib level? It's going to happen so fast when they dump it. Yeah, for sure. Like if we actually trade lower, it is going to be like one candle max. Just one 5-minute candle that goes straight down. Might run the highs a few times. Yeah, dude, classic NQ activities, truthfully. Nothing new there. Thankfully, I have this volume to lean against at 630s, like point of control. So if the short is actually playing out, that is exactly where I would expect sellers to step in. And we're trading it, so let's watch. Nothing on the tape so far, but I will call it out as I see it. This is the golden pocket. Are you saying I'm like fading the fib? In which case I am cooked. Still like really nothing showing up. Had a 5 sellers show up, another 5 down at 10s. Not encouraging. It's pretty quiet actually. Nothing big showing up yet. What up, Flow-T5Q? Welcome. Worth it to trade Nasdaq at this time? I mean, you do your own analysis, sir. You do your own analysis. If you think it's worth it, if you see opportunity, then send it. Astro, what up, big dog? Astro, make sure to smash the like button. 200 likes. Please give a funded account. No, bro, you gotta earn that. You gotta earn it like the rest of us. I appreciate the sentiment, though. All right, pretty do or die here. 630s, point of control. Again, like I think if sellers hold this, then the flush down is written. But if we're just going to chop point of control and have no real direction, like just go straight sideways between like 850 and 650 and 600, then I don't really want to be involved, period. And I'm fine with taking the break even and getting out. You have skill but not have money. Well, if you got the skill, then you can make the money, big dog. Bucky, you consulted the AI. Very good. AI is good if you can feed it like actual data. If you just ask it to pull like, I don't know where it gets its data from otherwise, but like I've seen people run studies on it, like run, statistical tests through AI, which is it's great for because it's all math based. Using actual like price data, like if you can, so I know Sierra offers this. I don't know what other platforms do. Maybe Motivewave does as well. I have to check. You can pull like an Excel or a CSV file of like certain types of data. So if you're looking for like just open, high, low, close, you can do that. You can pull like volume datas. And then if you feed that file into the AI, at that point, you have a good data set to work off of. And then you can, place higher trust in it. This is going to get break even, isn't it? That's so tough. Oof, they want it. They can sniff it. All right. When this goes break even, because it's going to, we're just going to range point of control for 6 years now. I will be right back. I'll crank the music for y'all and I will go get a little bit of dinner. Unfortunate that this is going to fail though. Point of control is not holding the way I would have wanted it to. That's unfortunate. We got this. Yeah, manage my trade real quick. Get me a full TP while you're at it. All 150 points, please. Okay, there's the break even. Just exit and close. Cool. All right, let me throw this here. So I did fade the 3-minute wick from the lows, and apparently that is, I mean, I could have told myself it was a bad idea, but I got in short before that, and I do think my short hypothesis was valid considering the sell we had from Tokyo Open so far. That being said, I will be right back. I'm out of everything on that, out of one contract, etc. Up 172 on the session so far. Account is back to break even basically. And I will be right back. Let me crank the music for y'all for a second. I think that should be good. Y'all should be able to hear that reasonably well. I will be right back. All right, chat, I am back. I see that I've become a victim of Fred. Fred has claimed another. So there's that. Let's catch up a little bit. Hey, what up, Skidseer? How we doing? Was it interesting at open? Yeah. Interesting at open, and it died since then. Cool. Hey, for anyone new just joining, y'all know what to do. Top left, giveaway at 2 hundo. You know what it is. For anyone wondering, anyone curious, anyone that does not know who I am, hit that link to go find out and then maybe poke around, see what account I'm trading. I'm currently on the 25K Tradeify Select. Will plan to go daily payout option when that is available for me. But as of right now, still just in the trenches grinding it. Big seller at the lows, failed. Haven't traded back into like this 590s area though that I have marked. Kind of like to see that, as opposed to just front run it then rip. Skid steer. Yo. Green we go. Yeah, if you got long. Going down the 15 second, I want to see what happens at point of control again for like the 80th time. Because I think if we do actually end up slapping into like unfilled volume down here at 500, the move is going to start from point of control is kind of my theory. Is like we'll come up, we trace into it, sellers will hold POC, and then we slap. But you never know. Oh, maybe. After 3 break evens, finally managed a little win of 3.5 on ES. Yo, GG's. Low win's still a win, you know? Still take that. Take that all day. Oof, did I just miss it entirely? Is that really what just happened? Had some buying step in into the 30s. Right at POC, 5.5, 9.6. Nothing like outsized, so I wouldn't really say I missed anything obvious, but we'll see. This is quite the candle setup we've got going on here. Just straight chop. Awesome. They might be doing it. They might be doing it. This is also an area that I was looking for longs earlier though. Didn't end up taking this, but like if we can wick this out, sweep it, and hold convincingly, like I'm not opposed to it because longer time frame, if you want to call it that, move is still up. Like we open in a gap up, ripped higher, are now kind of coming back to equilibrium, and then yeah, I mean I still don't hate longs, you know. What up, Tebow? Get this bread indeed. I'm going to keep this on 3 minute and just kind of watch from here. I'd love to see like a good 3 minute wick out this good 3 minute doji at 580 pump. That'd be sweet. What up, Zero Skills? I have not asked Claude. And I also don't have data on that. Wick back into like 625 and see what happens, I guess. Like continued rejection of point of control gets interesting. Let some buyers show up at 605, didn't get there. I'm definitely hesitant to short because we had this large seller at the lows that tried, got run up against, tried again, and is now failing again. Did I see a reason to like really get long there? Not necessarily. But like, is it working out for the longs right now? Yes. Whoa, I looked away for 15 seconds and we slapped. This is kind of what I wanted to see. Question is, does the chase down here make sense? Because that is playing out the way that I wanted it to. All right, I did it. I am chasing it at the lows. Could be a terrible idea, we'll see, but like this is exactly what I wanted to see at the lows, or sorry, at point of control. Come up into POC, slap off of it, and then go fill this volume. Shorting the lows is obviously extremely suspect. Yeah, it doesn't really need to be said more than twice, but that's kind of exactly what I wanted to see. Point of control holds, slap off of it, trade lower. Time to put on the rally caps. I need time to put on the flush caps. Is that command still here? Yeah, W Nightbot. It's funny. could be an all-time terrible chase at the lows, but we'll find out. Go. Do it. Do it all in one candle, too. None of this, like, slow grind down. Just go rip the Band-Aid off. Tradeify's browser-based, been looking for an alternative. Yeah, dude. Tradeify's been browser-based. Tradeify's like the OG browser-based, actually, I think. That's why they sold for whatever it was, like $500 million or something. Because it's so easy to use, like a browser platform. Oh, I was way off. Not $500 million. Okay, my bad. Ninja Trader, blah, blah, blah. Leading provider. Acquire Tradeify Holdings for $115 million. I mean, it's still a bag. Still an absolute bag. Listen, if someone came knocking and offered me $115 million, I ain't saying no. Yo, I'm hoping you do come back. I'm hoping you do. I'm in the same boat with you. Would love to see this trade lower. Not just trade lower. I want to see us again, just like straight sell through. Dang, bro. So this would still be in the money and then some. Like I'd be up, what is this, 75 points or something from my original short at 650. I'd be out the door before the ink dried after signing. Yeah, same, dude. I'd be Ferrari shopping. I'd be calling the nearest Ferrari dealership I could find. Exactly. That like good customer service, you know? They really want to close that sale. An 812 would be nice. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. One can dream. Hey man, just build a sick trading platform, I guess, and sell it to Ninja. That is technically new lows in terms of like this range we've been building out. The question here is, do we just bounce right back in after putting in volume right outside of the range? Like, are buyers really going to step up that much and then bring us right back in? Or does the sell actually have legs and we go like actually target a gap fill? I would like to lean towards gap fill just because we aggressively slapped Tokyo Open and have not recovered since then. So that's why I personally am short, especially short like the lows of a range like this. This is such a sketchy entry. But I have faith. At the very least, I have faith that we go retrade the open. That is my target. If anyone's targeting gap fill, then, you know, you do you. Good luck. I personally would really just at the very least like to see the open, especially because the open is prior day's point of control right here at like 509 or whatever. That to me strikes me as like a pretty good target. Also, big seller at the lows here, trying to trade lower. If this seller can hold it, I think shorts look really good. I say that and we immediately start trying to bid. Okay. They're trying. They're trying. They're not really getting far though. Needs to be an aggressive move, man. None of this like slow grind down. Just rip the band-aid and sell. You know what I'm saying? If we hit 550, that's right here, then I go break even on the position at least. So that's something. Upside attempt here, right back down. Just gotta hang out and see. I do like it. But yeah, Ryan, 100%. I'm not that picky about what Ferrari. I mean, if I'm forced, if I'm hemmed in to buy the Lucid or whatever it's called, then I just won't buy a Ferrari. For 110 M's, bro. 110? There's other options, you know? I'm not picky. Ferraris are cool, don't get me wrong, but I'm not picky. There's other options. I have to be the face of the loose for Ferrari. Is that actually at 50? I think it was, so I'm gonna go break even. Something like that. Big seller at the lows that's immediately just starting to bid out of it. F. Buyers are soaking. Yo, GG's Mac. It's dope. Trying to think of what the other options out of Ferrari would be. Who knows, bro? Like I mean, Lambo is like the obvious, you know, alternative answer. I don't really love Lamborghinis. Like, I'm not a huge fan of how they look. I'll be honest, I'm not like a huge like car enthusiast. Like, I think definitely some like foreign imports are like really cool looking. I kind of think just like getting a sick truck. The only other car I can ever buy for the rest of my life is the Luce. Okay, that's tough. I mean, I'm still gonna say yes, but like at that point, I'm gonna have to start looking at helicopters, bro. Like, I need some way to get around, you know? How much is a helicopter? Used helicopters for sale? Oh boy. What am I about to get myself into? Okay, I search helicopters and it starts immediately showing me planes. Not what I wanted. I don't really know like luxury helicopter brands. Bell helicopters? Oh yeah, Bell's like a classic, just like normal heli, right? Okay, still trying to sell. Keep at 'em, lads, keep at 'em. Hammer the downside. That being said, no more slow grind. Just rip the band-aid off. Go straight through 500. No looking back. Okay, the Bell 429 multi-mission solution. Corporate. Sure. How much is this? Why can I not click on it? Hello. Okay, the Bell MV-75. Yeah, this is like a full-on like attack helicopter. All right, how much is a Bell 429? Man, all these things just say please email, make offer. Just give me the price, bro. Just give me the price. It can't be more than a jet, right? Oh, God. It's all just like inquire for prices, inquire for best offer. If someone has a good answer on how much a helicopter costs, drop it in the comments, in the chat. We need a point of reference. That's funny, Ryan. Same, that's why I drive a Prius. Fire. Kodiak 900. What is a Kodiak 900? Little prop plane. It's pretty sick. I like that. If I knew how to fly, that'd be sweet. I don't know how to fly, but I could learn. When I hit 1 million, I'm still driving my 4Runner. I mean, valid, dude. 4Runners are goated. We can vote on who's got the best one. Yeah, I know like private jet expenses add up real fast. I'm assuming helicopters are kind of in the same range, but I don't think helicopters are as expensive, right? Just going from like a mileage standpoint, like a private jet will take you way further than a helicopter, no? Chat 144 on the like button. Y'all need 2 hundo to get that giveaway going. 2 hundo. Just saying. Okay, this is so sus for sellers. I'm not gonna lie, this is incredibly sus. Sell, sell, buy at the highs, try to trade below the seller, now wicking out of it. Might be over. Oh, Resvani. Let me look this up. Oh, wait, like a tank? Hold on, I have literally never heard of this. This is definitely like a tax bracket thing, but I've never heard of this company. Oh my god. Tactical off-road trucks starting at 285,000. Bucky, how do you know about this? This is some like real like 1% tax bracket stuff. Not even. This is like 0.1%. These are all like custom, like completely blacked out, like basically security cars. Like this car full on looks like Batman, bro. It's called Dark Knight. This is fully just like a Batmobile. How did you even heard it? This is crazy. Oh, it's just a conversion? Oh, okay, I see. They do conversions. Got it. So like they order a Urus and then convert it into whatever this is. Got it. So Resvani's a white label car manufacturer. Got it. Noted. So what about this tank thing? Like, what is this? Converted like Hummer? Or is this just theirs? Doesn't say like what the base is. This looks like a converted like Jeep Wrangler or something, but way heavier. Interesting. Brabus. It's a guy that owns 3 of them that I worked with. Jeez, dude. Chat, same deal. Like, I don't think it makes sense to just kill the short and bail, but 3-minute doji, I don't know. pretty interesting. Kane got a Brabus G-Wagon? Jeez, dude. This is out of my tax bracket. Ton of sellers showing up into the lows. At like 20 off at 42, 12 at 45, 10s here and there. Not a ton of buying, but all that selling that came into the lows that's kind of failing to trade lower definitely sketches me. So I'm going to trail my stop a bit to this 5-minute high. Maybe I just get wicked out and take 30 points. It is what it is. If I don't and we just sweep the lows, then I sweep the lows and take profit. What up, Chris? I don't know how we are doing. I am currently short, looking for more, looking for about 40 points lower. How are you doing, Chris? Heard my language being spoken. Yeah, dude, fancy cars, fancy cars. Hey man, I'd be so fine with just like a nice tricked out Tacoma. I don't need anything special. Nice tricked out Tacoma, call it a deal. Or call it a day, sorry. I worked in Paradise Valley, Arcadia, Arizona. All you see are those kind of cars. Absolutely ridiculous money there. I'm broke though. Yeah, same, bro. Where is that? Paradise Valley. I mean, the name already implies, you know, just a lot of money, but where is that? Doing some research. Oh, I see. That's like Phoenix area. Got it. I understand. I've never been to Arizona. Definitely would like to go though. Just like cool wildlife there too. Like get out into like a sick hike. Would be very cool. Still trying to press into these lows, which is a great sign for me. Some sellers trickling in at like the high 30s, at 37s, 35s, 675 orders coming in, small buyers showing up. Again, would really just love to see like the Band-Aid go. Just sweep it all out in one candle, you know? Oh yeah, you weren't joking. I'm on like Google Maps right now, satellite view. These houses are. At what point does it stop being a house and becomes like an estate, you know? I guess these would qualify as houses because they all are like relatively hemmed in because there's so many of them. Maybe an estate is like when you have a house plus land. Yeah, these are some sizable places to live, it's for sure. Bunch of private tennis courts. Pretty much every house has a pool. This dude's got a basketball court. That's crazy. Oh, peace map. Interesting, Ryan. Kind of surprised this move to the downside didn't give us the snap. Same, dude. Same. At what point do they just rip the... It's clear we want to trade into like the untested volumes. Just at what point do we rip the Band-Aid off? I think of a state when you have people hired to do the yard work. But like you can, like Bobby, I definitely don't live in like an area with estates by any means. I live in an area with like just like nice, you know, quaint suburban house. And like people here all the time get people hired to do the yard work. Unless you're talking about more than just like cutting the grass. If you're talking like maintaining hedges, maintaining like specific rose gardens, then yeah, that I get. That I agree with. You're looking for 509, Tebow? Tebow, I don't know if either of us are going to get it, dog. Sellers are, they're not selling, is what they're doing. They're refusing to sell. I'm probably going to get stopped out on my trailing here. Womp womp. It is what it is. I had a banger short from 650 that would have been up like 100 and change at this point, but I got stopped out break even, unfortunately. So if I can take even 30 points on this, I'll take it. Seeing as, okay, out. Seeing as how we clearly have no desire to trade lower at this point. 3-minute doji, rip, easy peasy. Animals carved into your landscaping, yeah. Seller not locked in? No, sir. Sellers are not locked. Unless this is the fake pump before we like dirty sell. All right, 148 on the like button. I know y'all can do it. I know y'all can do it. Do it. That being said, I'm trading the 25K Lucid. Let me restart that. Trading the 25K Tradeify Select. Hit that link if you want to go check it out. $150 likes. I mean, y'all are cooking. Just need 50 more. What a pump off the low, huh? Did we just go back to point of control now? Is that the move? I'm glad I took at least something there. Ideal scenario would have been to have this trade still, but unfortunately it ran all the way back. So as of right now, that's what this looks like. 3 trades, 1 decent winner, 1 break even, 1 semi-okay winner. Nothing great. And it just did not want to run. We got within 25 points of my take profit and then failed. Oh well. Up 237 on the day so far. I mean, not bad, like nothing to complain about. Got to keep the long term in focus. Got to keep the long term. What up, Levelmon? Just got home from work. What I miss? Let me just go through it real quick one more time. As far as like trades go, took 1 long from here, looking for priorities high, front run me by 3 points, then smacked. Took 1 short, got break even before it sold, and then took another short, kind of like chasing it lower because I thought there was, you know, good opportunity to do so, and it did trade lower. I just didn't get as much on that as I wanted either, unfortunately. Absolute cinema off the doji. Yeah, dude, for real. Mitch, did you take that? Did you take the goated sweaty tech? Looking spec trades. Hold up. Oh, wow. Banger, dude. Caught it on the way down and then on the way up. That is huge. That is sick, dude. Good job. I see that little loser there beforehand. I see that. Don't worry. But still, GG's on the banger trades. That's awesome. Very cool. Very cool. Bro, lyrics. I don't know who you're asking. Like, I don't know if you're asking me or if you're asking Matt, but Matt is gone, brother. Matt went back to watching TV or whatever he's doing. Hello, loser, $80. Lava, yes, this is the Sweaty Tech account. Sweaty Tech plus like my own read of the market too. Like I'm not just abandoning everything I've learned, but I'm definitely incorporating what Sweaty is talking about for sure. Like I've got the 3-minute chart up, I've got fibs up, marking out areas of interest. These blue boxes are just kind of like my personal areas of interest that I've marked out. Wow, nice smack off of the blue box. Brain feels tired. Yeah, man. Sometimes it be like that. Sometimes it be like that. 158 out of 200. Y'all are really looking for it, huh? GG's. I hope y'all get it. Listen, I am obligated to do it at 200, but only at 200. I cannot give discounts tonight. So I need y'all to do your part. What's the meme? The doing my part meme? Hold on. One of these. Okay, back into like that 580s area. Like if the short is actually playing out, which I mean, I don't really have a ton of faith anymore, truthfully. But if the short is playing out, this would be the area that I expect sellers to hold. But I can't really say I'm interested in shorting anymore after this attempt failed. Would have kind of just liked to see them rip the band-aid off. Favorite gif is the James Franco when he stands up, the nasty look on his face. Ryan, can you send that? Because I don't know which one that is. Currently trying to vibe code a new indicator for myself and it's not going well. Love him on. Welcome to my world, bro. I tried that earlier. Did not work. I am not a prompt engineer that I think I am. Okay, Ryan, I saw that. I got you. Yeah, I would not have, if you asked me to guess what I was looking at, like just based on the description, I would not have guessed this one. So GG's. That's funny. Where do we go if we get picked for the giveaway? Guitar, it'll all happen like in-house on the screen. You don't, well, you go to one other website, but it'll tell you step by step what to do. So don't worry about it. We'll get there when we get there. Tebow PJ Market rinsing me. Dude, sorry to hear it. GG's. Good stuff on noticing that it's rinsing you and not just, you know, pressing the button over and over and over. So see you tomorrow, sir. Wow, my tape is like a pretty solid wall of blue. Just a bunch of buying on the way up. Interesting. So like since sellers are failing clearly, at what point does like the retest of 580 come onto the table, you know? Something like this. I wouldn't feel too bad about that. Low volume node there too. Like I would definitely be willing to put a limit order there and see what happens. 80 to 20 is like the, I don't want to say easy rotation, but it's the expected rotation. But we'll see. I have a limit order and I'll obviously pull it over if it fills at 579. It's the name of the channel on Discord to share videos. Luis, I don't know how to say it. Sorry, man. That's going to be in like the TBM GG section under trading floor. It's going to be spec trade. Whatever you got, toss it in there. I know Jamie's been ripping a lot of those on stream, like going through them and just kind of commentating on them. So if you're, you know, open to having your trade commentated on, throw it in there. Maybe Jamie will get over it. Go over it, sorry. Words are hard. Okay, trying to get my 579. Keyword trying, still 10 points away. Even a little bit lower, like 572 looks a little bit better. Just to trade back a little bit deeper. I could be interested in that. Again, if it fills, I'll pull it over. As of right now, it's still unfilled. It's just resting. I know, what does red and green circle number represent? The red and green bubbles are, I can show you the settings, but it's called, oh, not that. It's called big trades. It's basically just a measure of like if X amount of contracts, in this case, my min filter is 50, went off in X amount of time. In this case, my filter is 500 milliseconds or half a second. If those two conditions are met, then it prints one of these bubbles. It's really just a way of seeing like where large participants, large trades are happening. That's it, nothing crazy. All right, if I was long 80, like my original entry was, I would have gotten filled right now. My entry is at 72, so I'm looking for that to trade, and then I'll pull it over. See what happens. Ideal trade for me would be like, I mean, considering shorts kind of just tried and are failing, like ideal trade for me is really back into new highs and wick out prior high of day. That's what I'd like to see. If this 3-minute candle closes a doji, I think I will be obligated per the sweaty tech to mark it in. Okay, I'm in. I bought at the bid, so it's not a true market. But 3-minute doji closing on that actual like support area I have marked out, I'm willing to give that a shot. And again, my target really would be like up here, like new high of day. TBD, whether it happens or not, we'll find out. But I do like the doji at the area that it's at. And I'm risking 25 points on this. Dang, could have held for my original 72s entry. That would have been 72 to like the tick, huh? Oof. The buyer showed up at 80, 85s or whatever that was. So that little green bubble. Prior day's high just seems like such an obvious target still. I really would like to see that go trade. Especially after missing it by like 3 points. That just seems like one of those things that like later on overnight session will get traded. Maybe once some more volume comes back in, like London session, kind of like Jamie's time, or like during Ria's stream. Could see it. Probably wake up tomorrow and he'll be at 30K. I don't know, Mitch. Speak for yourself. I'm still kind of sweating in this one. No pun intended. We haven't really gone anywhere yet. Once we're above, like cleared out and above 31, I'll feel significantly better about this trade. But as long as we're below volume like this, I'm sweating for sure. That being said, on the 3-minute, if we do just like blast off from here, then we'll look pretty. Would look pretty. Chat, y'all are at 175 out of 200. So close. 25 more and you got it. 25 more, chat. I know y'all can do it. I have faith. Bobby, if I had to guess, your account's blown. If it says maybe closed by administrator only, that's normally what happens when the account's blown. That happened to me, but one, the account was blown. But then prior to that, I also was having data issues like completely separate from the account balance. But yes, I blew the account. That's why I got that message. And I think that you might be in the same position. Check your it's Apex Rhythmic Ninja Trader. It's one of the two. It's not Rhythmic or Ninja Trader. It's not Rhythmic and Ninja Trader. It's Rhythmic or Ninja Trader, or on like wealth charts or whatever. I would check your R Trader Pro and see where your actual available drawdown is. Yeah, Mitch, for sure. Like blast off from here through POC, one move, clear out the highs. Would be huge. Try improve one, shifted from CFD to futures. Welcome to the light side. Welcome, welcome. If you're shifting from CFD to futures and you are curious about where to get started, boy, do I have a resource for you. You can run Rhythmic into Ninja Trader. Am I bugging? I thought it was CQG only for them because they own the Tradeify feed. Oh, you're right. You can. Okay. My bad, chat. My bad. Look, there's some people in this world are considered ball knowers, and then some people are me, not ball knowers. I just assumed that Ninja would lock you into like the Tradeify feed. considering they bought Tradeify for 115 million, as discussed earlier. All right, longs are failing. Tough scene. Initial like 72s long that I was, kind of picking at earlier, where I had my entry, would have been like a tick perfect entry. So there's that. But I'm not seeing a ton as of right now from buyers, mostly just sellers actually into that low. Had 10s, 12s, few sixes come in, all around like 80/70. And I'm not seeing anything else from buyers as of yet. I mean, this would be a great time to do it. Had a buyer step in, seller tried to trade below that buyer's entry. As of right now, have defended it. Like, this would be an ideal time and place to do it and just rip the long side. And I don't see anything at the highs that would suggest, buyers put in a ton of effort up here and failed. Just kind of tapping into volume, holding where we need to hold. Luis, I need some context there. What are you talking about? $179 out of 200, chat. You're almost there. Last push, I believe. Do it. Luis, it's called this one. So if you pull up Discord, right here, inspect trade, that's what you're looking for. Luis, I just linked, I dropped a link from inside Discord to the Spec Trades channel inside the trading floor. If you can find that, you can find the channel. Or if you're looking on YouTube, then yeah, I can't help you there. It's not on YouTube. Dude, we have not moved from my entry. Like, fully just have not moved. This is brutal. Sellers keep trying too. It's sus. Big sell, buyer stepped in, another big sell, stepped in, sell, attempt in progress. Just rip the band-aid off, go print the highs. Oh no. These wicks right here are sussing me out on the 5-minute. Multiple wicks lined up like that. Extremely sus. Buyer's slightly trying here. I mean, we still have like the brick wall that is point of control to get through at 30s to 25 that we have not touched yet in this move. That's going to be a grind. Buyer's scaring me, bro. They're trying, they're just not getting anywhere. I'm going to tighten my stop a little bit just because I think if we do go down to run this wick at 71, I don't think we're stopping at 71. I think we're probably going for like 520 and then 500. So it makes sense to bring the stop in 5 points there, I think. So sus. So sus. Homeboy is right. 15 likes, chat. 15 likes. I have faith. Rip them and dip them. Let's see it happen. Okay. Buyer's trying for the 9 millionth time. TBD. I mean, from a support and resistance standpoint, this looks like a good hold, like a good break and retest of this area. I would still very much like to see prior day's high, personally. I think that makes a lot of sense target-wise. It's just not front run it by like 2 points next time. Try and prove. I mean, I would definitely go down Matt's channel. He's got a lot of really good stuff on there. And then as far as like how to improve, like how to, I mean, just reps, man, just reps, just getting in. If you're interested in like looking at accounts to trade, hit that link that takes you like a little landing page. I'm personally trading the 25K select Tradeify eval right now, looking to get that passed and then choose the daily payout option for funding. But yeah, I would check out that website and see if anything on there is interesting to you. How to participate in giveaway. First step is we need 200 likes for giveaway. And then once 11 more likes. And then once we've got that, I will run through the whole how to do it, what to do, what do you press, what do you watch. I got you, don't worry, just stay tuned. All right, this is the real do or die here, is whether we can break and run through point of control. As of right now, rolling off of it, as soon as we came into point of control, immediately had some sellers show up 10, 15, and 23 on the uh, time and sales. I'm going to move my stop up to like a really tight trail at this point because, again, I think if we slap off of point of control and back down, we've already spent so much time and put in so much volume with the lows here. Any kind of like stall out, any sort of counter rotation from point of control, I don't really think stops right where my entry is or necessarily right even where my stop was down here at 570. I think if we slap point of control, that's probably the launch point for a move down to 500, and I don't want to take a stop that big. So I'm going to trim that 5-point stop really tight. Ideally, we just rip through this and go trade new highs, but we'll see. Four more likes, chat. Y'all are some animals. Luis, I don't know if you're looking in the right spot or not, but go to that link and follow the Discord instructions, or at least to get into the Discord. And then once you're in the Discord, you just verify yourself, I think. I'm saying I think because it's been super long since I did any of that. And then from there, you should just be able to see it. Okay, chat. 200 likes, 201. All right, give me 1 second. First off, GG's. Before I say it, before I go through the rest of the process, y'all need to know the TPT giveaway is not like the other ones where you just, what up, Mantis? The TPT giveaway is different. It's not like the other ones where you just put in a code and then it feeds you a code back. In order to participate and win in the TPT giveaway, you need to have, dude, straight smack off 620, unreal. You need to have an account with TPT already, and you need to use that email, or you need to verify within the chat here, and then once you've verified, it holds your spot, and then go make an account at TPT and make sure to provide that email, okay? Be very clear, it's gotta be the same email. That being said, I'll go through all of that one more time. Let me just open everything. All right, chat, y'all know the deal. I'm gonna have a lot on my screen here, but so I'll try to keep the trade in one side managed and then throw this on the other side. But type TPT into the YouTube chat to enter the giveaway. You have 2 minutes. Let's get it done. Man, they really want my stop, huh? Smacked point of control, rolling off of it. Exactly what I was saying. Like, if this goes any further, I don't think we're stopping here. I think we sweep out 70s, and I think we maybe sweep out 520. So, ideal scenario is it just taps my break even and then rips, but we'll see. Oh, y'all scared me. My stream started buffering for a second. I thought y'all blew the chat out of the water and like the stream went down. It scared me for a second. All right, first off, typing it more than once does not increase your odds for entry. I just want y'all to know that. At 87, we have 178 watching. So when this hits like 100 entries, 105-ish, something like that, then I will close it. All right, 103. keep going, keep going, keep going. 107. I know there's more of y'all that want a TPT giveaway. 114. All right, y'all got roughly 30 seconds before I'm closing it. Heads up. My voice ASMR, I try. A tater tot would have been a good one, actually. I'm going to use that next time. 135 entries. All right, it looks like we're going to top out at around 135, 136-ish. So 3, 2, 1. Closed. Okay, 137 is the final number to beat. And we got the winner. Okay, the winner is Order Flow Labs 1. Order Flow Labs 1. GG's. What you got to do is type in app.tbm.gg/claim or follow the link from the TBM bot that just dropped it on the channel in the chat. Go to that page, type in, or copy and paste more accurately, the link that you see there, the code, sorry, into the YouTube chat to verify and hold your position. Once you've verified and you're holding your position, you have all the time in the world, ideally not longer than like 10 minutes, just because I'm not trying to be here, all the time in the world. Okay, it looks like you verified. Let me just check on my end. Okay, sick. Order for Labs, go back to that page that you got the code from. On that page, it should prompt you for your email. In there, put in the email that you have registered with TPT, and then from there, everything gets taken care of on the back end. Let me know when you're good. Email collected. Okay, GG's. Very nice, very nice. You got it. You are welcome. GG's on winning. Sweet, dude. Good stuff. I can't believe I'm still in this trade. This is ridiculous. If this goes and pumps to target now, that is an all-time save. Very nice, very nice. GG's chat. Good stuff. Order for Labs, you should hear back about that within like, at the most, give it like 48 hours. But you should hear back relatively sooner than that, I think. Bro, am I in a trade? I am, sir. I'm long. Been long from 91 for a hot second. Had a big buyer show up at 605, 49. Same thing at 608, 32s. Dude, if this can't push out of that, it's so cooked. If we're trying to wick through that and have large size getting thrown at point of control and it doesn't trade higher, we are cooked. And for anyone that didn't win, feel free to check that website out. Go kind of browse the prop options, see if anything interests you. Again, I'm personally trading the 25K select Tradeify with the intention to go for the daily payout option unfunded if/when that gets there. But low and slow, baby, low and slow, one day at a time. Speaking of slow, my position right now, extremely slow. Sitting here grinding it out for however long. Even the 3-minute chart is like just consolidating straight sideways. I still think it makes sense, like higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. Reclaimed my area that I have marked out, higher low. At this point, like the only thing really left to do is just turbo. And I'm not seeing it. But all of this to me looks pretty solid for a long. What was the fib on this looking like? Hold up. Wow, sweaty tech. Look at the sweaty tech. Incredible. Wasn't locked in enough. Wasn't looking at that. Yeah, one ripper, please, for sure. Large Coke, large fry, and one ripper. This is some intense barcode. Chat, I don't know about y'all, but I'm having fun, dude. This stream is flying. I just looked at the watch. It is 10:11 Eastern. We are flying. 160 watching, 210 likes from y'all. GG's, man. 215 GG's. Y'all are some dogs for that. Much appreciated. I'll be here all week for your viewing pleasure. Got this volume at 600. That's like 599 or something. 600. I don't know. Test that. Wicket bounce. Question mark. I wish price action was flying. Yeah, same, dude. Been in this trade way too long already. Okay, there's the 600. I mean, that's like last stop, man, right? Like wick volume at 600, then pump. Right? Oh, 3-minute doji at the highs here. Rotating off point of control. It's Jover. Generationally cooked. Mitch, if you're still here, were you in a long from the lows down here on this 3-minute doji at like 540, 535s-ish, whatever that is? Sat on my ES long for 16 minutes for it to miss my TP by 1 tick. Rejected back down, so I luckily locked up a point. I mean, at least you're up and at least you're locked out, considering that sounds like very tilt inducing. So all in all, I think good decision making on your end there. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Wick out 600 and now just like rip it, man. Like rip the band-aid off, go trade prior day's high. Why not? What else are we possibly going to do down here other than trade the same price 67 times? Look, man, we hit all the spots we need to hit. Looks great. Looks beautiful. Go up. Yo, what up, Liam? Crushing it tonight? Thanks, man. I don't know about crushing it. We're trying to crush it. I think if this trade works out to full target, then yes, I will agree crushing it. But good to have you. Wait, I didn't see. Were you sneaky in the giveaway? Can I even see that anymore? It might be too far back. Were you sneaky in the giveaway, Liam? Trying to snipe another funded account from us? Oh, Bucky, the Discord badges. Dude, those are, I'm so interested in, like I really want them. So there's the fully loaded. It's like baseball references. There's like the fully loaded, which means you have a funded account with each firm. There's the Grand Slam, which means you got paid from each firm. And then there's the printer, which means you got paid from each firm within a 30-day period. That's like the holy grail. Oh, streams crushing? Yeah, dude, we trying. Hey, man, it's all chat. Chat is coming through tonight. Cheeky Sunday Globex Open. Love to see it. Stay out of the giveaway since you won. F. I haven't joined a single one just because I'm never there when y'all are running them. I would love to win one. I'd love to win a Tradeify Lightning funded. So you don't see us headed down to fill the gap. I mean, Ryan, maybe we do. Like, I don't really know at this point. I think it is a total coin flip. That being said, when I flip the coin, I'm a lot more... It's a lot easier for me to flip the coin and land on long than it is on short. Just because I primarily like to take longs. I don't really know what to tell you. Gap fill is still below us. Like, it is still the obvious target to the downside, 100%. That being said, we tried to get there, kind of rallied out of it. Like, at this point, I think it would make sense to just go trade new highs, considering sellers put in what looked like pretty reasonable effort to trade lower and failed. So I think trade prior day's high makes a lot of sense. 5-minute and 15-minute change the game for you. Hey man, GG's. Whatever works for you, big dog. Whatever gets you to payout is what matters, you know? How many times can we possibly retrade this same price range? Look at this chart. 1, 2. I mean, I'm not even counting the small rotations. I'm counting the big ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Working on number 10 to the downside. Unreal. I've re-entered this trade like 4 times. Yeah, real, dude. Tough scene. Just doesn't want to go anywhere. I'm like getting tempted to just kill it. Like if we can run like 630, I'm tempted to just take it off there. But I'll hold. I mean, I've got like 5 points of risk on, so it's not worth messing around, I guess. We cling to Friday's high for dear life. Wait, what do you mean, Liam? Isn't Friday's high? You're saying like back here, right? Because MNQ didn't actually sweep this. Maybe NQ did, I don't know. But MNQ failed to sweep that. I guess at this point I gotta go check an NQ chart, right? That should be locked onto it. RTH basically the whole session. Oh, this chart looks disgusting. Yeah, NQ did the same thing, man. Same exact thing. Same thing. If this would zoom in correctly, my god. Maybe I just don't know how to scroll, I don't know. Yeah, man, like fully same thing. 2 points, 3 points off. Gross. Absolutely disgusting. So that's my target. That's why I am targeting it. It's because I think it would make sense to trade up to it. That being said, we're working on like 74 dojis in a row. Looks sus. Looks sus. Just need them to do it, man. Just commit to the trade. Need longs to commit to this and pump it. Not asking for a ton, man. It's not like I'm asking for new areas to trade, like unexplored price. I'm just asking for areas that longs have already traded before and maybe want to go trade again. All right, if this hits 640, I will move to break even per my rule of 50 points. I got to break even, and then hopefully can just chill and watch it right out to the highs. If I had followed my 630 idea of just closing out 630, I would have at least taken some there. But again, I'm up on the session, so I'm not in a position where I'm like clawing back anything. I can very well afford a 5-point stop on the session. And if I get a little bit more out of this, I can at the very least take a break even. So all of that combined, I think makes sense for me to look for some more out of this. Honestly, at this point, I don't even think it makes sense to take a stop here anyways. Given how many times we've traded this area, like if we wick out the highs and then come back into these wicks, we're not stopping at my break even. We're plunging below 70 and then probably below 20. So if that's what it takes to protect the capital, then I will protect the capital. Hit 115 point short off 620. I'm not going to let the chop run. Night. Yo, GG's, Oliver. GG's. Thanks for hanging out. No, thanks, Ryan. Huge call out there, Ryan. Appreciate that. toss what I'm looking at on Discord. Let's check it out. Oh, Liam, are you talking about RTH only? Like when you're saying Friday's high, you're saying Friday's RTH high? Liam, I'm not going to lie. This screenshot makes me dislike my trade even more. I'll be totally honest. I mean, I'm going to stick to it because, like, stick to your guns, right? But looking at this, I do not feel confident. Let's go with that. Considering it, we already tried to get prior day's high, aggressive sell out of it back into RTH range, and now have a ton of volume at Friday's RTH high that we are not able to get through so far. Oof. All right, I'm going to trail this up a little bit. Because again, like looking at this screenshot from Liam, I feel not that confident. If sellers decide to show up and, you know, buyers are willing to give back price through this range, I don't really want to be in this. That gap looks even crazier on the RTH chart. That's wild. Hold that sucker. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Show the screenshot, or Bucky, or hear me out, join the Discord. A lot of good value to be had there, including Liam's screenshots. Another 30-minute doji. Like, I can't in good conscience kill this because I'm in profit, already up on the session, with, like, if this ends up playing out to the highs, like a halfway decent entry. So I can't in good conscience kill this, but like looking at this doji show up at point of control after seeing that screenshot, so sus. So suspect. I don't know, we'll see. Wait it out. While we're waiting it out though, let me hit the Wordle real quick because we got some time. Dude, I've been in this trade like 45 minutes. All the trades tonight have taken forever for me. All right, I am running out of screen space here, so I have to kind of fit this. Let's do that. Can y'all see this? What does this look like? Yeah, perfect. Liam, that is not what I thought that said at first. I want to test if it's the goaded method. Okay. Y'all should be able to see this. I got, oh wait, let me get rid of the TPT giveaway part. Okay, I've got my active trade on Tradeify up on the left. I've got motive wave chart in the middle, and then I have rationed the rest of my screen space for Wordle right here. Electric. All right, let me try soar. Is that with an E? There's a soar with a silent E. Hold on. What is soar with a silent E? I've never heard of that word in my life. Romanian word translates to the sun. Okay. I know we're playing Romanian Wordle. I mean, sick start though. 2 locked in letters and 1 question mark letter. All right, there's the pump. I mean, I think I just keep this where it is and just hope that this runs to target, right? It's kind of like all I really got to do there. TBH though, I'm okay with like trimming this as well. Just continuing to lock in. I really have so little faith in this trade. After seeing that screenshot, Liam, I think it makes so much more sense to go fill the gap considering this giant slap off the highs. So I'm willing to aggressively trail this. Again, at the very least, I lock in like 30 points here. Like if this is going to pump, if this is going to rip and go, it's going to rip and go. Like none of this back and forth. It's just going to be straight line up. So that's what I'm looking for. Jay, and maybe try 2 micros next time. Like yes, but I'm trying to be very careful about risk management on this account in terms of like how much of my overall drawdown I'm risking. So while I understand what you're saying, personally, I'm going to trade 1 for now and then maybe figure that out down the line. But for now, I'm cool with 1. All right, SOAR, I got an A and an E, R locked in. I'm blanking so hard here. Train. Trace. Thought this move up would be a little nicer. Yeah. Been sitting in this for forever. Okay. Got the R at least. Frame? No. Don't tell me it's grape. There's no way it's that simple, right? Oh my god, it's grape. Unbelievable. All right, back to the trade. Still pumping a little bit. How do you go from P. Shaw to grape? Like, are we serious? Really? I just spilled my seltzer all over myself. Stand by. I'm cooked. GG. Good luck. Yeah, I'm not far behind you, Brent. I'm not far behind you. Price just does not want to go up, at least not clean. There's just attempt to trade lower after attempt to trade lower. There's no commitment. There's no sauce. This is like looking at a dry pasta, sauceless. This is going to be my trailing stop, unfortunately. Yep. Oh well. It was long, 591. So I had like 60 points at one point. I mean, I don't feel bad about holding at all. I think holding made sense there. All things considered, I think if that trade had played out, then it would have been a banger. But it is what it is. Great early indication of volatility. Great first trade. Never really got to target. Like, truthfully, we haven't done much. If you open up like a higher time frame chart, we have failed at prior day's high, and we haven't really retraded prior day's point of control either. We technically did off the open, but like that happened within 1 second, not even. So I wouldn't say that's like really like convincingly retraded. So all in all, pretty meh session. I am thankfully at least like up decently. Up 298 on the session, 166 on the account. So like not, nothing to be complaining about. Should be a lot cooler if it was better. Oh, win is a win. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Be curious to see if it runs all the way back to my break even now. Like if my read on that was correct, that if we wick out these highs at the high of the range up here at like 650s and then fail, we just go right back down to the chop zone. T-Shaw. Unreal. Liam, I think you did. I mean, I'm not an expert in words that don't exist, but I think you did. Appreciate you, Skid Steer. Throwing in there. 28,300 incoming. Oh, you're looking for like full-on gap fill? I got you. I see. All right, chat. Next giveaway at 500 likes. Let's see if you can do it. Sorry if your spooky chart cursed the trade. Nah, dude, your spooky chart probably saved me like $60, honestly. 30 points. But for all told, it probably was helpful. Oh, I just saw this other screenshot from Gav. I think your long's looking good. A Quantower enjoyer, I see. Very nice. Your long ES from there. Cool. Big footprint guy, huh? Big footprint guy. Bucky, I did golf. I golfed way earlier though. Like 45 minutes into the stream. It was a while back. Not a bad score though. I think I was like 7 under or something. It's like top 24%. Nothing crazy, but you know, nothing terrible either. Dang, dude, we are fully just like back at point of control. Like we never left. That's so brutal. Just straight sideways. Chat, how do y'all stay patient during like sessions like this where it just like doesn't move? Or when we get like a good move earlier and then it completely dies off? Like, do you just get up and away from the charts? Do you keep watching? Do you be like super strict about which trades you're taking? Like, how do you, I don't know, how do you do it? Watch YouTube, walk around, sleep. Real. Very real. Okay, pretty wide range of answers here. Watch YouTube, walk around, sleep. That makes sense. Walk away for a bit. Total sense. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 on middle screen while I'm waiting for another setup. Okay, fair. Pulling out my mustache hair is like a neurotic. That is interesting. You yell at them? Yeah, for real, dude. For real, for real, for real. They are watching. They. Play guitar? That's sick. Oh, Guitar Sarge. Yeah, name checks out. Dude, is it gonna pump now? Oh, it's doing it, huh? They're really about to do it to me, chat. They're really about to do it to me. I got stopped out like here somewhere. Somewhere down here, like 628. This looks aggressive though. Looks like they want it. Womp womp. Oh well. That's what it is. What's my favorite prop firm aside from Tradeify? I mean, I do like Tradeify. Like, easy to understand rules. No denials. Just follow the rules and get paid. Big fan of that. I think my second favorite is probably, it really depends on what you like to trade, right? So like I want to say my second favorite is TPT because I personally am super interested in, and I know I've said this 1,000 times, I personally am super interested in the daily payout options. I think those accounts are such a cool concept that I really want to try. So that's why I personally am like currently on Tradeify and TPT. That being said, I am very willing to trade other props. Like I think Lucid has great options. I think Apex has great options. It just depends on what you are looking for. But if you want to, hit that link. That's like my landing page, and then go to the prop firm breakdowns, and it kind of walks through why each prop might be a good fit for you. Again, I personally am so interested in the daily payout options because down the line, I really would like to kind of piece together 5 accounts from Tradeify and 5 accounts from TPT, all on the daily payout options, and then take daily payouts. Like for example, and I know this is hypothetical, but just for example, imagine this is a TPT or Tradeify daily funded account, which by the way, stopped out, it's ripping, whatever. And I am up 300, let's say, call it, and change on the night, and I'm over the buffer. If I copy that across 10 accounts, end of session, I'm withdrawing $3,000 if I have that times 10. Like, think of that. That's crazy. So that's why I personally am interested in those accounts. But you should do your own due diligence and figure out what is the account best for you. Enough of my rant. Back to the chart. Turns out I bailed early, huh? Slowly just grinding it back up. Mantis, are you still in this trade? Are you still long? I know you said you were like taking another attempt long after however many other attempts. Now you're out. Okay, fair. $230 likes, y'all. GG's. That's awesome. G freaking G. Good stuff, guys. Love to see it. Hey, man. Next giveaway at 500 likes. If y'all can hit that in the next 20 minutes, 500 likes. Just saying. I'm just saying. It's still going up. Oh my God. It's going to do it, isn't it? I'm scalping it, but I missed the last pump. F. Rip. Got cooked today, down 309 in micros. Hey man, just know wherever your stopping point is, right? Like if you understand that you got cooked, don't just try to like make it all back in one trade. Like take a second to reset and then come back when you're mentally not tilted. GG, see you tomorrow. Yeah, GG's Anthony. Peace. That was so cold. Yo, GG, Zach. Have a good one. DJ mad. I mean, I'm calm because I'm like, I don't know. I'm up. It's easy to be calm when you're up, right? If I was down, maybe I'd be a little more stressed out, but for now, I'm chilling. Cam, I do not know, sir. I do not know. this still looks good to go higher. But we just refuse to move out of like the 50s area so far. And maybe I'm wrong here, although we did just have a relatively large buyer step in at the highs, had 59 go at 54.5. Like, are we just going to range back and forth 50 to 600? Up 1K on my first trade in the XFA. Jeez, dude, GG's. It's a big trade. Is this it? Is this the turbo? 65 up here. Nah, Mitch, I'm out. I got trailed out. Took it for like 60 bucks, 30 points, nothing crazy. Man, no, your Nasdaq isn't working on TradingView. Sir, may I suggest signing up for the waitlist for the greatest platform to ever grace the platform space. Not saying it's out now, but it will be out at some point. I can't believe we're still hanging around 50, by the way. Have not moved. Unreal. This session had such good potential, just off rip. I really thought we were going to get like some giant upgrind. When we opened in a... How big was the 15-second candle off rip? When we opened in a 180-point 15-second candle, I thought we were going to have so much potential. That's so tough. That is so tough. Do I trail every trade? So my hard rule is that like if a trade is 50 points in profit, I'm going to move it break even. I have started trailing more just because I don't think it makes sense. Like anything north of 50 points on the trade, I start to try to trail whenever I can where it makes sense, because I don't think it makes sense to give back. Like if I'm up 50 points on a trade, at the very least, I should be taking like 20 to 30 points of that if it decides to trade back to my entry, or at least towards my entry. Ideally, obviously, it just runs and I don't have to get out at all. But I do think it makes sense to take at least something on the trade, given that I'm putting risk on every trade. I think putting the texts made an impact. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm telling y'all, next giveaway at 500 likes. If y'all can do it, 14 minutes. If y'all can do it. Okay, trying to push past the 50s again for like the 50th time tonight. See if it happens. Wicked out above this buyer here. I mean, if nothing else, good to see tonight that like my zones were pretty on point. So that's at least cool to see. Chad, what happens if this 3-minute candle doji's out? What happens then? We taken out like any liquidity areas? Yeah, we slipped that high by a little bit. 56s. DJ Mad, that is a you decision. That's called a bag. Well, I think the short is potentially playing out here. If it does play out, I don't think I'm going to get an opportunity to take it. That's okay. Back to the brick wall that is 620, I guess. See what happens there. Big buyer at the highs, though, rolling off of it. Not a bad trade at all. TBH. Tigers fans, you can send that GIF in the Discord. Just say it. Bottom right of the screen. I'm just saying. You do have that option. Can't send it here, I understand that, but it's not like the option doesn't exist. All right, what happens at point of control here? Curious. Had some sellers showing up, small sellers I might add, but sellers nonetheless. Be curious to see what happens. Definitely got to give it some time though before participating in anything. I'm not about to like snap long this. Sounds questionable. So far, holding 620s. Again, so far, like, I've not traded it very much yet, but so far. Some buyers, some small buyers, I should say, showed up at 620. Fives and fives. Rotation into gap or just another bounce? Question mark, question mark? I don't know, Mantis. I've been like, ever since this Tokyo Open sell happened, I've been leaning short. Like I tried 2 shorts down here. I got short once here, got break even, and then I took a short like down here and took like a trailing on it. So I've been leaning short for a little bit. Yeah, I don't really know. Like it very much is a coin flip. Like as of right now, at this very moment, we are currently still in an area that I would lean long on to go trade into this high and trade prior day's high, just because we're above this area of the fib so far. That being said, like we haven't really gone anywhere. Yeah, I really don't know, dude. I think if we retrade below 580, like break and retest 580, hold 580 on the back test, then sure, gap fill makes sense. But as of right now, I don't really have much. Ain't got much, you know? Cam, I have not tried Lucid dailies. I'm looking at them right now because I heard that they were releasing those and then I didn't realize they're actually out until right now. So I'm looking at them right now. They seem... What's the profit target on this? Okay, so it's like their normal 25K, 1250 to 1000 loss limit. There's a DLL and funded, 2-day to pass with a 50% consistency. Everything else seems pretty standard on it in terms of like the eval phase, which is nice. Oh, I see. You can, for the eval, you can choose end of day or intraday drawdown. That's interesting. And then in the funded, you have intraday drawdown. I'm assuming that's just up until your buffer amount. So your max loss. So following anything above 26K in equity shouldn't have intraday anymore, I don't think, just because it should be, I think. I could be reading that wrong. That's just my understanding of how intraday accounts generally work. Like as long as you're above your drawdown buffer, you should be fine. DLL, that's fine. No consistency in the funded, that's nice. Daily payouts, that's nice. It's very nice. I need to find, where's like the payout? Where's the payout page where it like shows you your caps? Because it doesn't have the cap listed on the 25K. If it's anything like the TPT ones or like Tradeify, I think they're like 600. Hold on, chat. I'm doing some research. Should probably know what I'm talking about. 90-10 payout split. That's nice. Your buffer is 26-100. That makes sense. I'm talking about the 25Ks. You must have a net profit between payout requests. That's fine. Makes sense. Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay, so your minimum payout request on the 25K Lucids, the dailies, is 500. So your minimum you can request is 500. That's fine. That makes sense. Your payout maximum. So there is no hard max, which is interesting. Huh. Honestly, I like that a lot. There's no hard cap on the payout amount. You have a maximum daily profit of 6,000, meaning if you make more than 6 grand in a day on the 25K daily, they automatically move you live after that. But otherwise, it looks like as long as you remain below that, your like live process remains the same as it normally is, where like after X amount of payouts, you can expect to be moved live. But as long as you make less than 6,000 in a day, which this long's kind of interesting, as long as you make less than 6,000 in a day, that looks halfway decent. Okay, I am in this long. Given that we were kind of stalling out and dojiing on point of control, I am willing to take that for a potential long off point of control. Again, ideally targeting like this high. I don't know whether we'll get there or not, but this is interesting enough for me to take it. Yeah, so like you just, I mean, let's say you make 1,000 in a day on the 25K daily, you can withdraw the full 1,000 as long as you're above the buffer. That's pretty cool. It is a little bit pricier. What it looks like, it's like 115 for the end of day eval trailing drawdown. So it's a little bit pricier than the other options, but I don't think that's a bad option at all. Yeah, Mantis, they're out. That's how I felt reading that. I was like, wait, I heard about this coming out. I didn't know they actually released it yet. My bank account better take a hit, F. Okay, this ain't really playing out, I guess. I don't know. I've got the full 25-point stop on it. If it stops out for all 25, then it stops out for all 25, but I thought holding point of control would make sense. After kind of poking out new highs on this range, wick back to point of control, stall out point of control, continue higher. Yeah, I don't hate those rules. I think they're a little bit more unique. The fact that they remove the payout cap on a daily payout method is very interesting. That is it's not like what the others have. So that could be their own selling point. That's probably why they did it, honestly. They probably made that selling point specifically so people choose their daily payout option. Pretty cool though. I'm not opposed to giving it a shot. If you see me trading a Lucid account in the future, it's most likely going to be that one, truthfully. The only thing that's a little like that I don't love is the intraday drawdown, but that makes sense because they've got to like balance it out somehow. If they have such an attractive payout option, they've got to kind of balance that out a little bit. Quick little pump back into like 660s would be delicious. Just saying. Would be delish. I'm gonna get goings here soon too, in a second. But GG's Cam for the shout on the Lucid dailies. Fully did not know that they released them over the weekend. That's funny. I have my notifications muted for like pretty much every Discord except one, and except for like one channel. So that's why I didn't see those. All right, let's see a little pump out of buyers here or what. You know what I'm saying? Just a little pump. Let's see a little. All right, I'm gonna get going soon, assuming this doesn't just absolutely rip my stop in a second. But for anyone interested, again, check me out on that landing page. That's what I'm trading. Got my account listed there. I'm gonna get going soon, so I'm gonna move this way down. And if this can just get me out for 10 points, nice, then I'm gonna take it. Maybe this is the Omega pump right here, and I just took literally the worst trade of the night, and I, just gave up 100 points or whatever. But I am gonna get going here in a second. So that is my trading on the account for tonight. Decent night, up 300 and change. Not going to complain about it. I think from there, just make sure everything's locked. Lock this for 15 minutes or whatever, 1 hour, sure. Lock account, sick, locked out. All right, decent trading. Close the platform. Have a good night, y'all. GG's on the likes, GG's on the giveaway. Pretty freaking banger of a session, if I do say so myself. I will catch y'all same time tomorrow night, Globex Open. Make sure to bring that A game. Make sure to bring that 500 likes in the back pocket. But otherwise, I hope y'all have a good night. I had fun tonight. Hope y'all did too. Kind of flew by, honestly. And yeah, that's all I got to say. I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.